so much.
That right there is okay.
Needs to get their ass in here.
That was aggressive.
Oh no. Oh no.
Can I do?
Honestly, I
forgot
think
it was Saturday.
Sounds like
You
a
want
him
that, woman?
issue.
And
Hi,
it's
Cole.
cold.
Hello.
Look who it is. We have Cold on board.
Skull, I
Yeah.
hate that image so much. I hate both.
It's just a suspensive railway.
No, not that one, the other one.
It's just a suspensive railway. I don't know what the problem is.
There's the first image you sent. That's my problem. That's what I have a problem with.
Oh dear.
Don't worry about it.
No, we're gravely concerned. We're past the point of worrying.
Yeah.
I
At least
have
they're all legs. I mean, you know.
That means it's not my problem anymore.
It's not my problem.
Yeah, no, that's also true. If you're looking for like waist to face, that would be like 4'11" to 6'7".
Yeah.
Like Visca compared to anyone else.
Oh, where is the
So you're gonna shrink Echo.
Yeah, you gotta be like 2.5 feet shorter than somebody for your head at their normal height to drop to like their waist, typically speaking.
Wait, what? Oh, you sent it in here.
Yeah.
Ow, my head. I hit my.
I thought you made him taller. That's why I was like.
I think
Tall.
actually he was taller, but on his wiki I have him as 6'7". He probably is taller, honestly.
Alrighty, gang. So I'm guessing we need to meet up with everyone again.
Technically yes.
I mean, yeah, no, because I think we ended in the Naughty Gnome last time.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha, it's called.
What are you two doing?
Oh my god!
No, please.
Oh my god.
Oh god,
What are you two doing?
What have you done?
I corrected the problem. That's what I did.
No.
You moved the waist up, you sure did.
Oh
He is so twisted. Oh god.
Oh my
Aw.
god.
Just titties and legs. Oh, jeez. Oh, shoot,
man.
live. Okay, my bad.
Oh, goof.
Look. You signed the contract by allowing me into this channel.
no.
You have to deal with
I
it.
didn't sign anything. Wait.
Actually, yeah, I was gonna say I didn't sign anything, but sure, we'll say so.
There's no room for the heart.
See, people are gonna come into stream and they're gonna have no idea what's happening.
That's a
That's
good thing.
okay. We
They
like
don't
to
need
leave
to.
some confusion.
Your house in the
Oh, I forgot to find something. I wanted a magical item. Fuck.
Oh dear.
I'm in misery. Oh god.
Oh no. I already hate it here.
Yeah, I don't even think
Becky, I'll be here all
have
week.
mitochondria. Do we? Don't. No, we don't.
Powerhouse of the cell.
We don't have a powerhouse. Well,
Anyways. So, are we all here and ready?
Yes, so. I'm here at least. Much to everyone else's dismay, I'm here.
I'm glad that everybody's here.
Yeah.
we are in misery.
Alrighty. So, Moth, I'm pretty sure you've got your stuff from the store, correct? Do you need me to go over anything with you? Or...
I may have forgotten because Doris needed food and everything.
Oh, it's okay. Oh,
I'll-
we can.
I'll
we can
try
do it
again
it's
later.
okay. Yeah, it's fine.
Wait, did we actually receive the things you put in for a store?
Huh?
By this session, have we received the things you put in orders for?
Probably by the not at the beginning of this because it's still technically the same day, but yes,
I have,
later on
okay.
you would.
Are we sure that we're gonna get anything from that store?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Damn, lucrative business.
Don't worry about it. It'll be fine.
It's
It's fine. Trademark.
fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Alrighty.
Fuck, I'm dying. Anyways,
Emmy is
Stop
here.
dying.
I'm gonna put that away. Move that there, just so it's there for next. Okay. Show. I do believe everybody was here last session, and last session
No.
was really crazy to begin with. So we're not gonna do a thing.
recap?
However, I will
A thing?
give or a recap. We're not gonna do a recap. However, if everybody would like to, instead of doing that, because actually, who already has
I have inspiration.
Okay, so is that it?
I believe
Lemon?
everyone else has used their
I
inspiration.
had inspiration and I already used it.
Yeah,
Okay,
I used
so-
mine too.
If everybody would like to roll a d20, and whoever has the highest, will get inspiration.
What if someone ties?
5.
Then they roll like
5. 9.
We're off to a interesting start.
Shout out, we tied. We get inspiration.
No.
technically, Skull has the highest right now.
Wait,
The lowest. Clearly,
Colt.
it shows a sign of how we're gonna be
This is not golf.
in the game today.
Colt and Lemon, you still have to do yours.
no, because I already have inspiration.
Oh, right, you're right. So, Colt, you're the last.
I
Take the
believe
inspiration away
you.
from someone else, Lemon. You get inspiration. I already have
Hey,
it.
Lemon, if you want to
Oh.
roll, I'll take yours.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, could you give
man.
one of us like advantage? We all
Can't grant- you
sucked
can't
pretty
give away
bad.
inspiration, But, that's beside the point.
So
Some DMs allow it at the beginning, like for this kind of thing. Like if you work with somebody else to do it, you can always give it away. I'm gonna roll a d20 for Cold since I think he might have stepped away.
I'm sorry.
All right, Skelly, you get it.
Yay!
One
the
person rolled
inspiring
over a
skeleton.
10. Oh boy.
I am discouraged already.
don't worry, guys. We're only doing a lot of things.
Oh, all the
Funny.
things.
Amen.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Actually, should we do a bit of a recap for like the end of it?
The gist of
not
it.
everyone was
Not
here
the
at the end of it.
details, the gist of it.
Yeah. Okay. So, I'll go ahead and do it since
Yeah.
so where we mainly left off at, for those who weren't here, the group of I think it was 4 of you. If it was Asha, Corvus, Lysier, and Garabar, if I remember correctly,
Uh-huh.
because I think Draviska walked away, or he stayed back at the tavern. So the 4 of you went to check out what had happened at the bank. Of what you've heard, it was robbed by the Mad Brawlers. So you went there to check it out, basically ask around, see what you could find out. They basically explained along the lines of that the Mad Brawlers had broken in, and they've injured a lot of the workers there at the bank, and I do believe they killed one of them as well. And they stole all the money from the bank. So there was no money left in the bank. And from what you could hear from the younger individual, I do believe it was an orc. She explained that the guards seemed to do nothing about the situation. They just didn't seem to be there, being that there's a lot of people now guarding Esamary. It was strange that there was no guards around to stop such a thing. You also decided that you'd all go and find JJ Hamilton, who is the one who wrote the letter, or not letter, the newspaper, and you'd like to go talk to them. And other than that, you'd also like to, I do believe, go to the jail, if I remember correctly. Which was later found out that somebody close to the party had escaped from. Or not close to the
Also-
party, but close to somebody a part of the party.
Yeah, so I need to go eat.
Yeah.
Wait,
Oh.
I'm so sorry. So in short, Corvus just says, "I'll catch up to you later." Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay. Alrighty, so where we pick up, I do believe that you're all going to meet up at the tavern.
That was the plan. Yep.
So, anybody who's not
just looking
there, go
up.
ahead and drop yourself there.
Uh,
Corvus would not be here right now. Alibrand would be here, although he's probably sitting over here somewhere because he's not going to be a part of your guys' group. He's just kind of hanging out.
Air 404
Oop.
Corvus not found.
Yep. So with everybody here, if you'd like to all have a conversation of what you guys are going to do for the day, and so forth.
And
so
Kimmy just freaking shows up again.
I kind of show up like a few, like in the afternoon. They've already been there all morning. I just show up in the afternoon.
Yeah, so as you're all, I'm guessing Kimia doesn't come in. Is she already there when they arrived, or?
No, they're after. Like they'll
Okay,
see
so-
her come in.
Yep. So as you all are sitting down and having your conversation, you see your very large owlin friend come through the doors of the tavern and head your direction.
And I sit in silence. But as if nothing happened.
Well, nice to see you again, Kimya.
Question, where's the dog?
The dog is with Alibrand, probably somewhere upstairs, but Alibrand is down here, so it's probably upstairs somewhere.
Okay. I was curious, because then I was going to react.
Nope.
Yes, dog. Okay, Captain says something, but I've already forgotten it. I'm so sorry.
Immoral was just saying, nice to see you again.
Hello, did I miss anything? Anything of note anyway?
Oh, nothing too crazy. We just went off in the woods with Alibrand there and slaughtered a bunch of animals, and then, well, made the return trip home and got in a lot of trouble.
Makes no mention of
nothing
the
new.
dog, as if it's not important. Why?
Because we have a bunch of soft-hearted people.
I'm drinking
Who
water.
did we lose and gain?
Skull's internet crashed
Uh-oh.
and died.
Oh,
he's back now.
Skull's been gone for a minute.
Yeah, just for a little.
So.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Okay.
Oh, geez.
Interesting.
Hello?
Hello.
That was the most desperate. Hello.
Can you hear me?
And why would I
The-
chronic as cheese? Okay.
The skeleton in the corner kind of just like disappeared for a second, then came back. And I hear
Like-
hello.
Lag issues.
Trying to connect to the mainframe.
Visca became a giant black and pink PNG with error over top of it.
All right, so my train of thought is I have to find it. Give me a minute. So I'm going to roughly explain that someone had come to me during the night, and I went away with them because they had some information for me that I think that we should probably take heed of. As I look at my handy dandy notes really quickly.
Oh, do tell.
Apparently, there is going to be a group that is going to be attacking the embassy, moving through Bayman soon.
That would explain all of the troop movements we've heard of regarding the Queen.
And I don't know if it's something we should necessarily be getting ourselves into.
So this is something you want to avoid or observe from afar?
I think it could possibly be above us. But I also know some of you like to do that kind of thing anyway.
Well, unless it's a paid opportunity, I don't think most of the guys would be interested.
That is true as well.
I must say I agree with Asha. It's not really our business to begin with, and there's no money in it. I find little incentive to check it out.
And fair is fair.
Let's get here to do job.
Unless someone has told me that they were going to pay for our interest in it that I wasn't told.
No.
No, okay. That's all then.
They basically explained exactly what you said. There's a group coming through Bayman that's threatening to attack a lot of the cities, and the main thing is that it's not going to be very safe in Bayman soon. So they're warning. At the time, they were warning Kimya that just to be careful because it's going to become dangerous soon.
Yeah, so we should probably start moving away from Bayman, wherever Are we in Bayman?
You're in the like capital of Bayman, or not capital, but like you're in the area, like you're. It was the correct word for the nation you're currently in is Bayman. However,
Oh.
you're in the town within Bayman known as Esamari.
Okay. Oh, so it's going to be, the attack is going to be on Esamir and Bayman. I thought you said embassy.
No, Esamari. Like the
Oh.
current town that you're in.
Yeah, so we should probably be leaving soon.
I don't want to leave just yet. I have unfinished business here.
Well, finish
Speaking
it.
of which, that's something you missed out on. We were about to investigate our next lead, actually.
And that
Speaking of which,
is...
do we want to go check into the newspaper next, or would we rather inquire at the jail?
I think if we're going to be leaving in a hurry, the jail would be our first priority.
Why are we going to the jail?
An accomplice of mine was staying there. He's conveniently not there anymore.
And why was this friend staying there by chance?
That's my business.
It's our business if we're following you.
That's my business.
I think you should spill.
I think you should watch where you stick your tongue.
Their tongue is in their mouth.
I beg to differ.
As he says this, Asha sticks her tongue out at him.
Careful, you'll lose it.
I don't think you're fast enough to catch it.
Under whatever facsimile of breath have, there's just like, imagine having tongue.
I was going to make a comment, but I'm not.
Say it.
No.
Say it in the chat room.
I'm back.
Or in the Discord.
Hello. Welcome back, Lemon.
Hello. Okay, so am I good to just put down my token, or are we in the
Yep,
middle?
you're all good.
Okay.
So, as you're all talking about this situation of going to the jail first, your metallic friend of Big Scary comes down the stairs, I'm guessing,
Hello there.
and meets up with you all. So Lemon, just so you know, they were just talking about how Kimya had met with a somebody who they talk with often because they're an info broker. And they were explaining along the lines that there is a group that's going to be coming through Bayman towards Esamari, which is the current town you're in. And they plan on attacking Esamari. So this area is not going to be safe soon.
Cool.
And as much as I understand that there's danger coming here, there's another issue. If we leave, what are we to do with our recent affiliate, Vault? Well, how will we conduct business with them if we're not even in the city with them?
They'll find a way.
Volt appears in the most unlikely of places.
I'm sure that even if we got a ship, Vault would be on board of it.
Vault is where Vault wants to be.
There you go.
And
So
those
what
who
are we
know
gonna
Vault,
do first?
those who know Vault well, she's able to give jobs anywhere at any time.
Yes.
And it
Which is-
doesn't have to be in that same city, or it could literally be anywhere.
Which is why Visca says where Vault wants to be.
Yeah.
She'll find a way.
If Vault is looking for you, Vault will find you.
There is no escaping vault.
Nope.
So, what's the
Ah.
plan, gang?
I guess we're going to a jail?
Were we not gonna go to the, see the, Mr. J.J. Jameson first?
That is on the list. Although technically, strictly speaking, the jail I believe would be closer, if I'm not mistaken.
Because the jail's all the way to the east, is it not?
And
Hold on, I
Mr.
will show you
Jameson's
all.
Because
Welcome
from
to
what I
District 11.
remember,
This is the
Yeah.
Times, and the jail is right here.
yeah.
see what I
So,
mean?
And you're currently right here.
And the jail
So
is
either way, you
closest to
could go
the
anywhere.
exit.
You don't
It's
have
gonna-
to. You know,
It's
if,
gonna be
if
a
they
long
were-
trip either way, whether we take the islands over here to get to the Times or whether we go through the city to get to the jail.
I think the plan
Not
is
for
that we might
me.
want to get him. Shut up. I think the plan is that we
Damn!
might.
Or Traviska.
I think the plan is that we could, in theory, get more information here that may make us more prepared to go to the jail. Because the jail might be. Because I know that the Far East is where, like, the Mad Brawlers were hanging out.
Yep.
From the info that I gathered last time. So we're probably gonna get into a fight if we go over here, where we might not get into a fight immediately if we were to go to the Times first, which would allow us to get information and potentially learn stuff about the jail.
and you can tell by the fact that the city is not very concerned that this attack has time, so you don't have to rush.
Yeah.
I wouldn't
you have
imagine it's like I wouldn't imagine it's like, oh, tomorrow we're gonna do this. It's more like
Yeah, no.
be prepared.
Tomorrow
for
we're
it
gonna
because
fucking die.
Essentially.
Okay. So,
Alright, so let's all go back
But
to the
I
tavern.
think it's decided then we'll be leaving here and heading to the Lone Star Times.
Alrighty, and then from Lone Star Times, you'll be going to the jail, correct?
from there.
Assumedly.
I believe so.
Alrighty. Okay, so
To catch you up, Kimya. Earlier this morning we stopped at the bank and acquired some information, and then we made our way to the Glass Elixir, where we discovered some rather troubling things there. I believe their shop is going to be closed for a time.
Oh.
Yes, there happened to be... first, there was a body behind the counter.
There was a
Like,
demon circle.
I was getting to that. There was the body of a tiefling on the counter, behind the main counter. And upon making our way into the back room, yes, we found some sort of a containment magic circle, as well as shackles and a skeleton.
I'm gonna
And
look at
needless to say, it was-
the Visca really quickly. It's in the process of the mention of a skeleton.
Visca is uninterested.
Needless to say, we reported it to the appropriate authorities, and we don't believe that the shop will be open anytime soon. Although we have not been back to check since, so...
It's unlikely. And I guess we're going.
Yep. So if your group all gets up to go, so as you're all leaving out the tavern, the bartender that you had helped and stayed to protect his tavern, the first time that you all met up, he gives a little wave, telling you're obviously noticing you're all leaving, and as you all head out, you start on your way towards where you were told that the Lone Star Times was located. So after about I'd say about 15, 20 minutes, you finally make it to the Lone Star Times. So I'm gonna move you all over here.
Ooh.
Welcome to the Lone Star Times.
Let's drop our coins again.
Yep, you're gonna have to drop your coins again.
Remember, you can do it directly from the journal tab. You don't have to open your character profile. That's what I'm trying to say.
Journal.
Yes, like
Over
under the
there.
thing where it lists all the characters, you can just drag your entry's name in and drop it right in.
Before I lose my token.
Oh. Okay.
I seemingly teleported inside there for the moment.
Magic.
Hey, yo, is that Mr. JJ Jameson? Look at that Chad!
Why is he so big?
God.
He got a jawline on him.
He the big honcho of this place.
I think my man Hooch over there, G's and Pete's. And he's got a healthy breakfast with eggs, bacon, and whiskey.
Oh.
I can't tell what that is on the right side of that plate.
That is
Toast?
tea.
That's the okay.
The thing is
The
that honestly
disappointment.
does
I mean,
that does kind of
Wait, he has toast and sausage too. Wow.
Is that toast? Okay, because I'm looking at the right side and I see what looks like a yellow label on a bottle and then like a spout coming or something. Like,
Yeah,
my
no,
man got whiskey in the morning.
There's tea, toast, sausage, bacon, and eggs.
I mean, when you're
Ah.
JJ Jameson, you only settle for the best. I mean, the thing is that portrait low-key kind of does slightly resemble J. Jonas Jameson.
That's what I did.
What are you talking about? That's not J. Jonah Jameson. No.
My bad, that's
I know
JJ
who it is.
Jameson.
Yeah, it's JJ Jameson.
Yeah.
My bad. I'm sure they're cousins.
Yeah.
Thank you for the follow.
The long past ancestor of JJ.
I try
J.
not to
Jonas
speak
Jameson
when
is
everyone's
JJ
talking.
Jameson.
So we can kind of
This world's
keep the
full of
flow
nothing but line
going.
successions of the Jameson Amosons.
Oh no. So yeah, as you all make it up to this this big building, there is like a sign on the front door that quite clearly says that it's the Lone Star Times, and there's even like you'd actually think at first glance, if you didn't realize what the Lone Star Times was, you'd actually think it's probably like a sheriff's station because of like the star symbol kind of looks like what you usually see at like a sheriff's station.
Tarantula man on my desk.
Oh gosh.
Tarantula man!
So as you're walking, towards this this building, you see there's a lot of people like outside holding newspapers and like handing them out. And I do believe it's 1 silver coin per newspaper. So you're seeing people like hand off silver coins for a newspaper from this here
Could we
little trailer.
perhaps get one?
No, not
It's
us.
going to be the same thing that you've already seen, but if you'd like to,
Okay.
sure.
Never
Oh,
mind.
okay. I was gonna
Just
ask.
casually
if
walks
you-
over and takes a newspaper.
Honestly,
Doesn't pay.
Corvus could probably do that.
I wouldn't recommend it because then you'd be a face that they would recognize later. But
Yeah.
Corvus has bad
Remember this-
reputation, though. I can get away with small crimes like that with no repercussions.
no repercussions. Yeah,
That's what the trait says.
it's free paper.
Johnny, why you gotta scare me like that again? Why? Why you do this to me? But hello, thank you for the raid.
I go ahead and open the door and walk inside.
Sure, go ahead.
Do you not want to knock?
No, it's a public establishment. It's more like a shop than anything.
Yeah.
Oh, public establishments. I love communism.
None of them can hear it either.
So yeah,
They have the stream
you
muted, so
enter,
only I am
the-
reacting to
the
the
Lone Star
scream
Times, you
every
get
now and
this,
again.
It's beautiful, like a purple rug in front of you. That's almost like you'd expect for like a runway almost. It's perfectly like put together, and it's very they obviously take care of this building. And you're immediately, the moment you open the door, you can all hear chattering, like, back and forth, like, you need to write this down, stat, this, that, do that, yeah. And then you're like, where's my feather? Where's my pen? Where's my ink? That kind of thing. You just hear it like constantly. Back and forth.
Information being conveyed.
Yeah, lots of information being conveyed back and forth. People obviously stressing. You can very much tell. And as you're making your way in, an individual comes out from this door here, and he kind of like hears the door open. He kind of like peeks his head out, and noticing that there's people here now that he doesn't recognize from the workplace, he immediately steps out and is like, I see you. You've made it to the Lone Star Times. How can we help you?
Yes, we're looking for Mr. Jameson, the editor.
Mr. Jameson. Yes. I will. Come this way. Come this way, and he'll guide you into what seems to be like a waiting room in here. And he'll motion for everybody to take a seat and relax. And I will go get Mr. Jameson. Please give me just a moment, please.
Corvus is posted his fat dumpy on this couch.
Visca stands against the back of a chair instead of sitting on it.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning on the side of this one as well.
Tall
Why not
bird.
just sit on top of the moose head?
Yeah.
No.
Lean behind.
Well, Moth is
Visca-
so massive, I think it'd probably break it.
No,
but...
no, 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 no. I'm talking to Draviska.
Oh,
Well,
Jurassic probably good, yeah.
Visca could, but Visca does not care.
So you see the gentleman kind of rush into a room after knocking and hearing a pretty gruff voice say, you know, come in, that kind of thing. And he like rushes in and the door closes and you're all left in sort of a silence. You can still hear like the commotion from down the hall that you came down in order to get to this room, but it's mostly quiet. The only main thing that you're really hearing loud of is the crackling of the fireplace before you. And you're stuck waiting for about 5 or so minutes before the door opens again. And the man steps out, and after that, another gentleman comes out. Those tokens are massive to compare to each other. It's funny.
Is he a giant or something?
The tokens in
I-
Admiral's campaigns don't actually match the size, rather they match the ego and personality of whoever they represent.
God damn,
Yeah,
Mr.
the more important people get the massive tokens.
I was waiting for
Why don't
Vault-
I have a massive token?
How dare you?
I'm waiting for one day we open a map and Vault is just taking up the entire screen.
One vault is like the final boss.
God,
I mean, no, I'm joking.
you could get flanking from like any angle. There's so much space they can't watch.
So yeah, after a few minutes, the gentleman that you can tell is very posh. If it wasn't for the fact that he most obviously is a writer and not anybody of royalty, you'd probably think he was royalty. The way he's dressed is very posh and definitely upper class. So he takes a glance at the gentleman beside him who had come to get him and led you all in here, and he kind of gives like a wave of his hand, like go away, kind of thing.
Fuck
And
off.
yeah, and
Oh, peasant.
but yeah, this individual like quickly runs off and goes back into his workplace and starts getting back to work. And Jameson steps forward and he's just like, it's not very often that I get guests. How can I help you?
Yes, Mr. Jameson. My name is Gelvar, and allow me to be the first to introduce ourselves. We are the Heroes of the Gate, and we are here to take formal credit for an article you published recently regarding the clearing of goblins out of the Bayman Caverns.
He looks a little confused and almost skeptical.
If you have any doubts, I have evidence.
Oh no, this is the way he's
Oh,
still carrying his
God.
fucking head.
He kind of like raises a brow at Corvus and is just like, evidence, you say?
No,
Yes.
he's
Go ahead,
carrying
show him.
a
I have
decaying
quite good
head.
evidence, but just
No.
know whatever happens next. You
No.
asked for this.
No.
Corvus takes out the severed hobgoblin head and just holds it by the hair.
He brings he grabs like a cloth from his his shirt and like quickly dabs it to his face. He's like, "Oh, I see. Please put that away now."
Whatever
You're
you
all
say,
Hannibal,
Mr.
god damn it.
Haniston. He puts it away.
Look, you're only gonna be able to carry that around for so long before it gets unfathomably like.
Yeah, it starts
stench.
reeking. Yeah. Yeah, goblins in general stink already, so it's already a little stinky, but it's gonna get even more stinky. Eventually somebody's gonna start thinking that you might have a dead rat inside of all of that metal and
Ew.
wood.
Could be worse.
Okay.
Dude.
So yeah, Jameson like dabs his mouth a little more and he finally puts his handkerchief away and he goes, I see. I will see to it that you are properly given the reputation for what you've done.
Credited.
Credited, yeah.
That would do us a immense service. We thank you.
So, brief pause. Star, you have been requested to do an uwu.
Why?
You can blame Chronic.
I'm gonna
Chronic.
ears for this.
Ooh?
Oh, come on, you can do better than that.
No! Chronic, that's what you get for making me do that.
That was a question mark, ooh. That was like,
Yeah.
ooh?
That's what you get for making me do that nonsense. Anyways. So is there anything else that your group would like to ask? Mr. Hamishin?
I'm good.
Is this literally the only reason we
I
came here?
incite
If
chaos.
this is the only
This
reason
was-
we came here, I thought we
This
were
is the reason
coming here-
Gervar came.
Actually, wait a minute. Actually, sir, Mr. Hamison, forgive me for showing you the head. But do you have any information on the Mad Brawlers?
The Mad Brawlers. Have you forgotten already who I am?
No, not at all, Mr. Hamison.
Good. Don't forget about that. Uh,
It's like I can
what
cut
are
this
you all
man's
looking for?
ego
Just
in
like
front of me.
general
General
information?
potential weaknesses, and what exists as far as Mad
Okay.
Brawlers.
Exploitability.
The Mad Brawlers, you say? Well, there's different ranks among the Mad Brawlers. They're kind of, as you all would probably know, they're the pirates of Esamari. They're mostly kept in the shadows. They aren't very publicized. They prefer to stay out of the light if they can help it. And he seems to like show you the finger as like to wait a second, and he opens his door, walks in, and then after a few minutes, about maybe like 3 minutes, he steps back out and he holds out a book. It looks like a little notebook almost, but there's not very many pages. It's very small. And he holds it out to anybody who would like it to have it. And he goes, it's a copy of what I know about the Mad Brawlers. If you ever need it, say it's my thank you for helping Esamari with the Goblin Infant Station.
Gareth,
I
why don't
I
you
nominate
take
our
that?
information broker to actually
Or-
take that.
Yeah, or the owl. Yes, you can do that too.
Alright, so I am going to take a book and I'll look over it later.
This notably tall owl and approaches the editor.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
a
so
towel in
Doesn't
the
say a
hand, just
word,
like
takes
takes
the book in their feathery hands
And
and
turns
just
and walks
walks
away.
away.
he kind of like now that like you're all kind of conversating, he's taking a look at the group now, and he's you could tell he was he had a reason why he felt like it was kind of he was skeptical. Like, wow, there's a very small skeletal kobold and there's a very massive owlin.
And everything in between.
There is a fire genasi and an elf, 2 elves actually, and a giant metal and wood
Look,
Thing.
giving
thing
the
that he doesn't really know.
giving the giant prefix to the person that is not the tallest in the group. Man. Okay, K-Man just got tall. Corvus got giant middleman. But yeah, Visca's
Also-
small.
Yeah, it's small.
Captain, would you want to ask about your
Yes.
buddy?
Yeah, no, so I was about to work that in there. Well, we appreciate your help, Mr. Amison. One more question before I believe we're ready to depart. Have you heard any rumors or reports of a notable white-haired tiefling in the city?
He's going to explain. White-haired tiefling, you say? Well, there was an escapee a few days ago, but that's all I know. They haven't really given us very much information. It's well, you can see the guards don't really like people spreading things.
I understand that painfully clearly. Then I believe we're ready to depart. Thank you, Mr. Amison. It was a pleasure to meet you, truly.
Of course, of course. And he backs up a little and motions out to the hallway for everybody to leave when they're ready. Unless
Alrighty.
there's any other questions, of course.
I'm good to go.
Ooh. As
Visca
I'm
is
walking
migrating with
by,
the group.
could I just like glance in this room and see if I see anything interesting?
Sure, do a perception. You notice there's a lot of paper, maybe like random, like what could be start of articles, but they haven't finished them. And maybe some people were looking over them, but kind of just left them there on the table and that kind of thing. There's a few on the floor that you have to kind of step over as well. Nothing too noticeable that really catches your attention that would make you really like be like, oh, what is this? I need to see this, that kind of thing.
That's all.
Alrighty. And he returns to his office. So you're all gonna travel to
The
the
jailhouse.
jail. So for now, turn it in.
And we'll be crossing through Mad Brawler territory. Very
Yep.
nice.
Yep.
Jail.
Or I can.
So
well, I'll just fly
yeah,
away.
for
Going to jail!
yeah.
Anyway.
So
Oh, speaking of jail,
you-
it looks like Madness is in jail.
there's a random GG on my screen. Anyways,
That's the joke.
Oh, you just now noticed that, Admiral?
I notice everything once in a while. Like when I first opened this, I saw a bunch of little Among Uses, and I went to awful things to you. all.
I didn't do that.
It wasn't me. I have an idea of who it was, but I'm not saying anything.
Tisk. Anyways, so yeah, so you all leave the Lone Star, and you begin on your way via the paper that Volt had given Garavar with directions to the jail, which she had learned that this individual had escaped from. So you all slowly but surely make your way. As you're starting to get closer to this part here, to be able to traverse into the main area, you can feel a little bit of a cold breeze. And it's usually sunny on the side you all hang out in, but here it's a little more dim, and there's lots of snow covering the floor. It's a very sudden change of temperature. It gets warm to suddenly cold, so it's a little off-taking. So as you're now traversing, you notice there's a lot of people outside their stores, with brooms, just kind of moving the snow out of the way and making room for people to move along the
Such a
the road,
drastic
basically.
change.
Yeah, it's very dramatic.
Someone would think the Wild Hunt might have been approaching.
So you continue on your way. It's chilly, so you kind of feel like you're slowing down a little. It's kind of like, oh, it's chilly. I'm, trying to, warm myself up as I'm walking, so it's slowing you down just a little. And I'd say about 30 minutes, because you have to go over a lot of different bridges. There's small bridges, people coming and going. You have to stop and wait for maybe a cart to go past before you can go across. So yeah, about 30 minutes later, you finally make it to what seems to be a jail. And I know this looks dark, but we're gonna pretend that it's daytime.
Remember to brought a jacket to this part of town? I forgot.
Ah, there's the man himself.
Ish, the manch.
Me trying to drag this token over, but I don't know how.
Grab the name.
Yep, grab the name.
Not the icon of the front
Okay,
yard.
okay,
Oh
okay.
god, these guys are huge.
Thanks, hon.
My goodness.
They're
All
huge.
have big egos.
Dang.
So yeah, as you're making your way up, I know there's supposed to be snow, but just pretend there is snow. A little bit of
Oh
snow.
wow,
anyways.
look at all this invisible snow.
Oh, yeah, all this invisible snow.
It's
Look at all
so
this snow
cold.
that's totally
No, it's so
here.
pure.
Wow.
It's like
so real in my
transparent.
hands. I'm making a snowball. Check it out. With my actual hands that are actually here. Who put snow? Which one of you flat-footed children did that?
So yeah, as you're making it up to the jail, you start to notice that there's
Snow.
a lot of eyes
snow.
watching you, and then from the darkest parts of the area, for something that's so bright outside because the sun's still out, there's certain parts under here that are a lot darker than you feel like they should be, and you hear thudding of metal until you start to notice there's a lot of guards outside of this building, and one, as you're walking up to the door, slams down their weapon onto the ground, and they, you can tell by the appearance of them, they're pretty high ranking of a guard, and they slam down their weapon and they're like, halt, and you aren't able to pass by until you speak with this individual.
Oh, we shall not pass? Dang.
Yep.
You have violated the law.
It
So
is
question.
Randolph the Ray.
So I'm assuming Garavar is going to talk to this guy. While he's talking to this guy, I kind of just like want to like peek under here, as you mentioned.
We don't want
This
to act
isn't gonna end
suspicious
well.
in front of the fucking. Who
Just
put
walks
down
to the
Among
side
Us?
with the
No,
guard
like-
officially dressing
No,
up.
like
Who put down Among Us on the
like
snow?
Hey,
Oh,
who
no.
did that?
no, like the guard's going to be
The first thing
addressing
Cole
probably
says.
you and maybe the redhead and maybe the war machine. He's going to be distracted. I'm just going to like take a few steps back and just kind of peek under whatever's happening here.
So yeah, you can see somebody that's obviously a much higher ranking of these other two. So the person in the gold, they're much higher ranking. They seem to be actual guards from Esamari, so these aren't like royal guards. These are just high ranking Esamari guards. And they seem to be chatting a little, but when they, kind of, they're obviously taking very well care of watching the area, so they can see you looking, and they kind of like glance over and kind of share a stare, but they aren't doing anything. They're mainly just making sure that you're not doing anything you shouldn't be.
So I don't see anything
Okay.
underneath that in the dark area.
Nope. There's no. It's just two guards. They're
Okay.
just standing there.
Two dudes
That's all.
chilling out.
Just two dudes chilling out.
Chilling in a hut 5 feet apart because they're not gay.
So yeah. So this man immediately, slams his sword down and goes, "Halt! You cannot pass." That kind of thing.
Hold, what business have you here?
Yes.
Well, that's going to make the notion of helping to investigate about the recent breakout quite difficult. We are the heroes of the gate. We were hoping to investigate regarding rumors of a inmate that broke out recently, a tiefling, a rather unusual one with white hair.
He lifts his weapon and kind of like looks you all over and do you have a pass to come this side of the town? There's a lot of we don't allow just anybody inside to investigate these things. You should leave that to the guardsmen.
Forgive us, we've been out of town on a mission recently. We weren't aware that we needed a pass, nor were we stopped on our entry into this end of town. Although, now that you mention it, why is this portion of the city restricted?
See if he's willing to say anything.
Nope.
No. Yeah, he kind of just stands his ground, basically, as along the lines of, you don't have reason to be here that we see fit, so they're not willing to let you in at the current moment.
Inquire about where to get a pass due to this.
Asha, could you potentially pull a few strings as one of the Queen's royal guards?
I wouldn't say I'm a royal guard.
You have
Just
association with the Queen, though,
I do.
and that's above these people.
What background do you have? Oh, you don't have, no, never mind, that's fine. Or no, yeah, what background do you have?
I don't think I picked a background.
I do
Oh.
believe you did.
Because picking background is a very big part of making a character.
Yes.
Where do I find this?
It should be in your. I haven't rolled. Let's see. Do you have it
I
on-
did not put that on my Roll20 thing because D&D and Beyond is vastly superior. Where do I find it on D&D?
It should be. Yeah, it should be maybe.
I
your
am an
description.
urban bounty hunter.
Right. Okay. What is your? What are you able to do with that?
I am in frequent contact with people in a segment of society of my choice, which was nobility.
Yep.
So I don't think I have associates with the criminal underworld, just nobility.
Okay. I do believe Alibrand was with you guys, so since you guys don't have anything for that, Alibrand, I do believe, is a soldier, which means he's allowed to see this. Hold on. Military rank. Here we go. Soldiers loyal to from the organized to recognize your authority and influence. They defer you if they have lower rank, and they deter Okay. Yeah, so he can use that. And keep forgetting that I need to set him even down because he is with you guys technically. If
Well,
I
I
don't
thought
put
you
him
stayed
down, I
behind
swear
to
he's
watch
still
So
there.
polite of you to
I
show
thought
up,
you stayed behind to
Alabran.
watch over the fiery pooch.
You know, that's
What?
fine. So
Alabran, hand over the dog.
Where's the dog?
where's the dog?
Not that Asha really
Uh,
cares, actually.
I care.
I still don't know
So,
the dog
yeah,
exists.
I don't know if you want to, Garavar, before I actually do this. If you want to try to persuade him, you're more than welcome to. Before I take out the ranking.
The trump card.
I wanna
I
give
guess
you an
Garavar would try
opportunity.
something before just giving up. 'Cause I
Yeah.
don't think Garavar realizes in character that Alabran's got a way to help out here.
Yeah. So
So
that's why I'm
I
giving you
guess
that
what Garavar's gonna try
opportunity.
to do is listen, my friend, let's not be contrary to one another or pretend to be fools either way. I am fully aware, as you are, that you're short-staffed, short-handed, and underfunded. You are in desperate need of any help you can get to solve multiple issues across the city. We are a group who is looking to make money and help. Now, surely you can see the reason in allowing us to help you with this.
Okay, roll persuasion.
Alrighty.
With that high charisma, I believe in you.
Maybe a 1.
Nat 1. I mean,
Alright,
Nat
let's see.
20. We're so encouraging of each other.
Well, they can't technically get it. Oh, no, they can.
Oh my god, I am done rolling.
Oh,
I
no.
already did character sheet.
Oh
Oh
close.
No, wait,
no!
no, watch this. Watch this. I guarantee you.
8.
Okay, never mind. It wasn't any better. The dice betrayed me. Never
I
mind.
guarantee you.
The dice aren't
Oh,
your friend
Lord.
today.
Well, that sucks.
Yeah, this so as you're trying to persuade this this man, he does not seem to be interested. And he actually almost seems like he's gonna tell you all to scram.
Fuck off.
Yeah, basically tell you to fuck off. And so from around that corner, you notice a hand like slide past you and hold out what seems to be like a medallion, which in our sense is kind of like a police officer showing their
Badge.
badge. Yes. So it's basically like a badge, but it's in our world it's just like a little medallion kind of looking thing that basically shows that he's Kingsguard and he has a very high military rank. And let's see if make sure this guy doesn't try to fuck around and do something that he shouldn't be.
Watch him do it instead.
Yeah, no,
Oh.
he's fine.
Okay.
So yeah. So yeah, this individual he glances over at the medallion and he's just like he immediately bows his head and is like I'm very sorry. I didn't realize that you were all here on royalty or like, you know, like working for
On behalf of the king.
yeah, on behalf of the queen. And he quickly steps out of the way and allows you all within the jail.
I fully
Yay!
realize you accompanied us, Alabran. Thank you for letting me waste my time for 2 minutes there before showing
Instantly
you
jumps over the
that.
counter, walks on the counter.
Yeah, walks onto the counter.
Big dog.
Yo,
Walk
what
away, just
happened to
walking on
Harry
the side.
Potter? Look at this dude.
Harry really let himself go.
The child who lived, come to die.
Mama.
Mm.
Anyways.
But yes, Corvus says, I'd like to mention to you that is a table that you're currently standing on. There you go.
I thought that was just a really weird part of the floor.
Oh,
That's like the
technically it is,
counter.
if you look at it a certain way, it can be a part of the floor. It's just a part of the
A
floor is
really tall
elevated
part of the floor.
to waist height.
Well, Corvus didn't notice because they're just so tall. Stubby
Did
little Dravisca.
Wow.
Did you... Wait, there we go. Okay, my mic's working again. Did you say waist height?
Whatever. I'm thinking of Paris. Fuck it.
Corvus is 90% legs. Little
Leg.
gorilla, that silhouette was Corvus.
So we walk in.
Yes.
Yeah, what do we see anyway?
So, as you all
What
walk into the jail, you can see a very old appearing human behind the the counter, and he seems to be fixing his glasses that are just kind of hanging on the bridge of his nose, and he like pulls them a little further, and he's got this really bushy like really, bushy salt and pepper beard. His hair is very salt and pepper. You can tell he's getting a little older in age. And he's marking down some stuff on a piece of paper with a feather and ink. And seeing that everybody comes in, he immediately fixes his glasses a little bit more and kind of looks up, and he goes, I didn't realize we had guests. How can I help you?
I'll go on. You've got the fancy badge. Show him.
Yeah, so Alibrand's gonna take it back out and just kind of show it and like kind of wave it a little bit.
Are we
he's
gonna
not
actually
say
like
much.
walk up and talk and like, or we're gonna
Yeah,
yell
I
at the
mean,
guy across the room?
Yeah, Alibrand's just here to help you guys out. That's really all he is. He's not technically has other stuff to do, but he's here anyways. I'm also noticing that I still have the wrong token for him, which I should probably change over real quick. Hold on. Oh, there's the right token. There we go. Alibrand.
Whoa.
You guys know what you want to do here better than I do.
Yep. So
Corvus is staying out of this. Corvus doesn't have the best reputation with the law. Oh, Garavar's
Bye.
gone.
For some reason, my screen is deciding to scroll at random when I'm trying to do stuff. So it's trying to move me down when I'm trying to move up.
If that keeps up, just refresh the page. That should fix it.
I'm gonna try that, actually. God, I love Roll20 so much. It's such a
Yes.
complete D&D experience with no bugs, glitches, or exploits of any kind, you know?
No
No errors whatsoever.
Oh, I need to sneeze.
Alright, so Alibrand showed him his badge.
Yep. So
Or his
yep, he
medallion,
showed him
excuse
his medallion. And the man behind the counter like quickly adjusts his glasses. I'd say monocle, but that's just one, so it's glasses. And he kind of like looks from far away, and he's like, "Oh, okay." He like nods his head without actually saying anything, and he eventually looks over at the rest of the group who's walking up, and it's just like, "I see. So you're here on a job for the queen?"
Yes, let's go with that.
Let's go with that. Very convincing, sir.
We're inquiring regarding a recent breakout from this prison. Supposedly a white-haired tiefling was able to escape. We were seeking more information regarding that.
He like quickly shuffles his papers, and he looks through, and he's like, "Ah, Malorix, yes, Malorix, yes,
that would be the one.
yes, yeah, but about that. Well, you can tell that he's a little nervous because somebody broke out of his jail that shouldn't have been breaking out, but he's out now, so nothing he can do about it. He's yes, he was there one night, and then I heard some sounds, and he was gone the next."
This guy acting like, does he seem like he's entirely straightforward with me in this moment?
Do insight. Give me that insight check.
Let's see here. That's gonna be a nice whopping +0 to it.
From what you tell, he seems to be telling the truth.
Great.
I want to check, but I don't want to just copy what he's doing. But my character would be like watching this man.
Corvus is right behind them, so Corvus is going to roll insight.
He seems that he might be holding something back, but you can't quite tell. Maybe just because he's nervous.
Listen, my friend. I understand. You operate a jail. You have one job ordained to you by the city, and that's to make sure that none of these miscreants manage to slip out under your watch. I understand that you may not be comfortable explaining what exactly happened so as to preserve your own standing and own integrity, but if you want to prevent this from happening in the future, and more importantly, if you want to keep your job that you've worked so hard and hold so dear for, then you should really tell us what you know. everything this time.
Intimidate
Um,
your man to submission.
Yeah, I mean, if someone would like to, or Garbar, since you're the one doing it, if you'd like to roll intimidation.
With a 3.
You just have to get better than a 6, apparently.
Yeah, really, that's all you gotta do. Yeah, you're fine.
Nice.
There we go.
Garavar's
Finally!
just
Now.
Garavar's just standing on the counter, T-posing in front of this man.
You can't tell me the way that matters.
Don't make me Kool-Aid Man your facility.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, this older gentleman, he kind of like shifts back in his chair a little and like taps the table with his fingers, and he fixes glasses a little quicker, and he looks over his papers, and he's well, it's usually very quiet here, and I'd noticed some sound, so I went to go check, and there was a big portal on the wall of the jail, and um, it's still there. I had the guardsmen look at it. They said to not touch it. It could be dangerous. So, it was in his jail cell, and Malarix walked out. I watched him disappear into it. I'm not sure how he did it. I've taken all the magic items. It's just there's a portal there now.
It's still there.
It is still there, yes, sir.
Oh,
And
things
you said
still
it's on the wall of the building, as in it goes out somewhere else?
It's like a portal on the inner wall of the jail cell.
The inner wall.
But yeah, and it doesn't come out the other side. It's just there against the wall.
We need to see this.
Hold up. Are you implying that we should go through this portal for ourselves and see where it ends up?
I'm implying we need to look at this portal and discern what we can before we do anything else. But I believe a magic portal that is still there after all this time is worth investigating and at least looking at. Don't you agree?
Have you sent any of your prison guards through the portal?
No. The guard said not to touch it.
And you take orders from the guards?
They are a higher standing than I am, yes. I am just a sheriff.
Right. Before then, can we be introduced to the person of higher ranking that commands these these guards?
Yes, they are outside. They are covered in what I assume is golden armor. Their name is let me hold on. I gotta find out this name.
Potter, your memory's gone to shit.
Alter, your memory's gone to shit.
Potter.
Yeah, as I'm trying to remember what name I decided to pick for this individual, you can tell he's like trying to go through his old man brain, trying to figure out what he's doing.
Harry Potter. Potter.
Mr. Potter.
Mr. Potter, you
Oh,
have
Gareth
committed
Potter.
grave acts that violate the Geneva Convention. Please prepare to have your mind scrambled by my magic.
I cast destroy.
Oh dear.
Oh, dear
What a name.
soul.
Urtum?
Urtum. Yep.
Mr.
Ernest.
Mr. Zest. Zesty, my boy. How's it
Zesty
going?
boy.
Zest Lord.
That's impressive.
Wait a minute, that's me. He's zesty. He's yellow. That's lemon.
Oh,
My
Lemon,
persona.
you're in charge of this jail?
You just teleported
Corvus
to the
just
wall.
bolts.
Just
No,
Kool-Aid man.
No, you just see Corvus like vibrating, like, and then it just goes.
All those gears are moving a little too
Busts through
quickly.
the wall and everything.
What if he
With some
is Snape?
So yeah,
Da-da.
Lemon zest.
Lemons, yes.
So yeah, so this individual, he's like, her name is Urtim. Yes, Urtim. She's outside. She's yes.
Right. I think before we should do any investigating of our own, we should speak with the guards.
Yeah, sure. Sounds good to me.
After you, Asha.
Okay, so outside here.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
outside?
This is Urtim right here.
Okay.
As
That's
Garrett
the
walks by, he
zesty
harumphs many
one.
harumphs at this guard.
It's like when Squidward steps in SpongeBob, just from.
What is the higher ranking title for a guard
General?
in a jail?
Guard plus.
I'm
Guard.
assuming the warden at the jail would be in
Guard
charge, but
three.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that these aren't actual like guards of the jail. Like, so he's the warden. So as you'd expect, a warden, like a
Also-
sheriff kind of thing.
Alright.
And these are guards of Esamary that are here. They have taken over because they technically have a higher standing. He may own the jail, but these are like
So
government of
like
people.
this is like a commander, a general.
Yes. Yep. They are.
lieutenant?
This person here is a general, to be the easiest.
Okay. All right. Very good. Hope you did
So-
not hear my.
That
Yeah,
chair
a little
was
bit.
rough. Get some
yo,
WD-40.
lemon. Emmy says they're gonna give their sugar water a shot of lemon juice, real quick.
Ayo.
You're
Sounds
using
delicious.
the blood of my people.
I mean, it's gotta taste good somehow.
You saying that? Are you no.
Am I?
Anyways.
Moving on. So yeah, Asha will approach the. Did we say general?
Are
Yeah.
these here
Yep,
and
general.
Dravisca
General,
just
sorry.
hanging out?
So it would seem. There's their intimidation factor
Dropped
back
in
on
the
the
warden.
warden.
Yeah.
Oh,
We're
Hang
not doing these issues.
I was trying to look at more memes now to my soundboard. I'm sorry.
It's just like back with the shopkeeper of the glass elixir.
Wait, no,
It's there for
no,
intimidation.
no, it's over here now.
Making sure they don't run off.
Hey,
Alright.
wait a minute.
Actually, what are we talking about? We didn't intimidate anybody. We found the committing of a crime totally
We didn't-
innocently.
We didn't hold up a shop at
No,
all. I didn't
no,
almost
we didn't.
become
No,
someone
not
like
at
a
all.
pig.
No.
We didn't threaten to let a panther maul a guy. We
I
didn't do
Not at
that.
all. No.
I wasn't a hair away from crushing someone's skull like a
No, I didn't have
watermelon.
my hand inches away from a crossbow. Not at
Yeah.
all. Not at all.
Threatening to destroy his goods on his shelf.
I would have used his goods against him.
Extortion, hardly,
Yeah, me
Your
too.
Honor. Proof, source.
Objection, hearsay.
Technically speaking, Garavar did steal the man's stand.
It's
Hey, nobody
fine.
knows about that.
Well,
I was too swift. Nobody knows.
Does he know?
Nope.
Does the owner know that
He
his
doesn't
Uh,
know
he-
I did it.
he knows that it's missing, but he doesn't know that Garavar took it. He was too dumb to realize.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I rolled for that. He was too dumb.
I mean, even if he had been too dumb, there was a bag of sand when I walked out.
Yeah.
Mr. Hilldance was a bit slow.
Anyway, so you're talking to this captain of the guard then, Asha.
Yes.
yes,
Back to the plot. Okay. So
And back with the plot.
I
That would be the
will
her full title.
get the attention of General Zesta. Sorry,
Zesta, yeah.
Zesta.
So she appears to be talking to a lower ranking guard, and upon you all walking over, she pauses her conversation and looks over and says, may I help you?
Indeed, you may. We are currently investigating or inquiring about the recent breakout that happened, and as we have spoken to the warden, there is a portal in the cell. Have your men done any investigation on that?
We have looked it over, yes, but we are currently waiting for our local Arcana professor. Best way I can explain it. A teacher or whatever. They know
Scholar.
Arcana. Yeah, scholar. There you go.
How long was the breakout?
It was a few days ago, but the warden didn't actually report it until maybe a day later.
Hmm.
Uh-huh. Okay, good to know.
So yeah, it's been technically 2 days since Malorix escaped. However, 1 day from the day that it was reported.
Right. Let me ask some general questions. How notorious is this prisoner? I just forgot his name. You know, just said a second ago.
Malarix.
Malarix. Thank you. How notorious is Malarix?
Well, he has helped in assisting to steal and do many other horrible things to our noblemen of Esameri and Maimon. More recently, I do believe he was caught stealing from a royal, we'll say maybe like a higher, so maybe like a baron. So a baron, and it was Malarix and what maybe was 1 or 2 other people they didn't really know. Malarix didn't want to say anything.
Oh, whoops.
Oh, what is his name?
Everyone's gonna mutter under their breath. Oh, they didn't deserve it.
What the fuck is this?
So, in simpler terms, you would say pretty notorious, yes?
I don't know how to remove.
Yes.
Right. And so, given how notorious this criminal is, one would assume that he would be on constant
What
watch
is?
with your guards. What is happening here?
I don't know.
accidentally somehow-
Why, stop, keep going. I'm getting mixed messages here. I'm getting snow and not snow. Stop, keep going.
Right? It's like, what is happening? Roll 20. Please explain.
Yeah, I don't know what that is, but
Totally wasn't me.
oh, Tistis, what have you
Fuck
done?
around with decks.
10
A deck
points.
of many things.
What was I saying? So, given how notorious this man is, you would assume that this man would be on constant watch, correct?
I would assume so. However, it appears he was not.
Appears. You are in command of these guards. Would you not have surely made sure that he was on constant watch? Because
There is guards of the jail. However, I work for Esameri as a guard.
and who is the guard of this jail? Or
They are currently
that-
not here.
why is that?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Sauce.
So one would assume that quite possibly these guards were an accomplice with this breakout.
It is more than possible. That is why we are investigating.
Good to know.
Okay, give me a minute. I'm on my phone again. My internet appears to have died. I gotta swap over to my hotspot, so give me just a minute. I'll be back.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, sure.
Everybody's internet is dying tonight.
Oh,
That's terrifying.
Yeah, it's a weird day.
it's like
So does anyone
2000.
want
It's like 2000 again.
Does
Oh,
anyone want
God.
to play cards?
Is this a
Uh-huh.
card? Playing cards. Remove, draw. Draw one.
Someone is fucking around with the decks. I wonder
No,
who it is.
I was about to draw a card.
Keep going.
No.
I've added a couple. I've added a couple of the sound effects to my soundboard.
How dare you?
Oh my
Stop.
goodness, you're all spamming the.
Slow down.
Okay, I've added a few new sound effects to my soundboard.
I'm in danger.
Goodness gracious.
Okay. Jeez.
How do I remove this thing? Oh, here it is.
You don't.
Oh. Oh, I've done oopsies.
Okay, there we go.
What
Nope,
have
you
you
broke
all done?
Drag-
My problem.
oh God, the drag to deal is still up on my thing. Go away, please.
I have 20 cards.
Bruh! Why are you
guys
still
done?
How dare you?
I have done nothing other than shown people the light.
What is? Anyway,
Nothing.
what did I
don't
miss? I
know.
apologize. The last thing that
Absolutely nothing.
the last thing
Your
that I
work
caught
hard
was
and
you would
everything.
assume this person was under constant watch.
Yeah, and then she said that the guards that were watching Malavich.
Malarix.
Malarich, my god, okay. Mally, can I call him Mally? I'm gonna
Maddie Wally.
have disappeared after he broke out. So
Yeah, that's spelling for you.
it is assumed that they might have helped with his escape. And yeah,
So,
that's where we left off. So right. I don't really have anything else to say to her.
Anybody else like to ask her questions?
I'm good.
I did not make a character.
Oh,
ask
actually, I
questions.
do want to ask what how much did they gather on their own investigation?
Mostly they haven't done as much as you'd expect. They're mostly waiting for the Arcana scholar so they can look into what that portal is and then go from there. It's, they don't deal with magic. They're just guards. They have to call somebody else that deals with magic.
I wish I had a higher Arcana skill, so I could just like go. Let me do it.
So Asha's just gonna give like a brief nod and end it at that, and turn to the rest of the group. It's like, if you have anything else to say to her, honestly, quite useless at the point. But I think we should go inside now.
Garvor's got nothing.
All right.
Garvor doesn't like talking to guards anyway, so.
Yeah, neither does Corvus.
Neither does Asha, but
Visca
we
doesn't
have
like
questions.
talking. Period.
Glad we're all in
You were
agreement. We fucking hate
staring
law.
at the warden this entire time.
Hello
God, this is
there.
gonna be so annoying.
Hello
Hold on.
there, Gary Potter.
Imagine all these people walk in, this random hodgepodge of partiers, and then they all go out, and that one just stays and just stares at you.
So, like,
Scary at all.
All
can we
right.
get a name for this guard, for this warden? Does his name
Yeah.
even matter?
Sure. I don't see why not.
Yeah, I need
Yeah,
a name, and I'm really
Warden
hoping.
Potter.
Yeah, his name is Miss.
No.
Oh, hello there.
His name is Redacted.
His
I
name
have
is
important news. My name of the, and I need to really tell you that this is really important. And
It's Mary Potter.
Warden Mary. Ah, there you go, Warden Mary.
Yeah, so his name is Warden Gradvoth.
Oh.
Gragfoth?
Gradvoth.
Gradfoth.
Gradvoth?
Grandfather.
Yeah.
The grandfather warden.
Gradvoth.
Gradvoth. Ah,
Sounds like Discount Dracula.
it kind of does.
Kind of looks like Discount Dracula.
We wish to see the cell where Malarix was being kept.
Yeah, so as you all come back in, he fixes his glasses, and he sits up with a little like strain. You can tell he's getting old, so he walks around to the little like
Turnstile.
I don't know what to call it. It's kind of just like a little
Gate.
gateway, yeah. And he unlatches it, I should say, and opens it up and offers you all inside. And he starts
Womp.
leading you through the jail cells. He then unlocks this door, walks on through, and he stops about this middle cell. And when you're all looking into the cell, there is this one right here. I should mention. There is I wouldn't say it's large, but it's big enough to fit somebody like crawling through it underneath the the lifted up bed now, and it's a very large red, like circular, like it almost like for in our Minecraft players here, it almost looks like another portal but red, like that like swirling effect. For those who don't play Minecraft, it's basically just like a swirling like red void, basically that's just swirling around.
Fuck, I'm gonna do an Arcana check anyway. You can't stop me.
Yeah, this looks like some sort of like teleportation.
Yeah, that's a portal.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, teleportation
That's
portal.
definitely a portal. Probably moves stuff.
Yeah.
Probably.
What's the general like atmosphere as we go through the cells? Like, are the prisoners quiet? Are they rambunctious? Like, what's it like?
From in the current area you're at, you can hear a voice calling out and just kind of you can tell it's getting tired now. It's just like, please let me out. I want to go back now. I'm sorry. I want to go back.
I know who it is.
Do we recognize the voice?
You absolutely all recognize the voice. Those who were.
Corvus walks over. You little shit.
What? What am I
other
missing?
Other
Oh,
than
yeah,
that is the
ones
shopkeeper.
that were in the shopkeeper.
Yes, that's the shopkeeper for the glass elixir.
Oh, I remember the
Should've fucking killed you
profile
when I had the
now.
chance.
And dude, we got arrested.
Yeah.
What did he actually do? Was it the body?
There was a body and a.
He was using
That
dude
magic to
looking
keep
in the
something in
background.
prison, and he had a dead body on his counter.
And he
A dead
bolted
body.
after it broke.
Yeah.
As far as you guys know, there was maybe somebody who was keeping hostage, and there was a dead body on his counter. You don't really know much else. But other than that,
It's
that
very
sound,
suspicious though on his end. Super sus.
yeah. Other than that, you can like, kind of hear like the flickering of this lamp. Like it almost sounds like there's maybe like a bug in it, just like hitting the different sides. Like it's just like ding ding. ding,
Moth,
ding, ding,
Moth,
ding,
I
ding.
swear to God.
What? What?
Stop it, Moth.
Don't worry about it.
Not
It's fine.
rolling the game.
So you can hear like the little lamp going ding 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 as something's like hitting it. Other than that, you can mainly hear like shuffling maybe from on the other end of the jail cell you're currently looking at, the other side of this door, the stone wall. But other than that, you can't
What's
really
up
tell.
here?
That is another jail cell, but for less ones that they're not worried about escaping.
Petty crimes.
Yeah, petty crimes.
People that are sleeping off being drunk overnight.
I'm just
That
questioning
kind of
why
thing,
they
yeah.
are allowing prisoners to have a knife in their cell.
Just pretend it's not there.
Okay, the knife
I
will go under
have
the
a
Technically-
question, Mr. What's your name again, sir?
Gredvoth.
Grandpa, yes.
Grandpa.
Who did you
Grandpa,
have,
yeah.
who else did you have in the jail, the night that Malorix escaped?
There was there was one other. He's also here. I arrested him for some silly scheme he was committing, and he was in this cell here. And he motions to the cell behind him, and he's just like, he was there as well. I'm sure he saw Malorix maybe vanish, but other than that, I tried to keep Malorix away from other people. He did devious little plans with people, and I didn't like it.
Devious licks.
Did he say that the guy was there now, or that he had him there?
So he had Malorix in here, and there was somebody else in this cell here that is actually still here, but he's not actually in that cell.
Have we
So
addressed
he's
this?
somewhere else in there.
You said he's still here.
Yes.
May we speak to him?
Yes, of course. Well, I must tell you, he's a bit. He likes to do a little foolery, so be careful. And he like slides past you all and seems to open the door again, and he walks out. And I don't know if anybody wants to follow him. You're more than welcome if you want to
following.
follow him. Alrighty.
I
So yeah, he walks up to this here door and he unlocks the door. Moth, were you gonna say something?
have we addressed this over here by chance?
I don't
No.
think we have.
However,
yet.
I mean, if you'd like to.
Yeah, I just want to like take a peek and just kind of glance over here, and then I'm assuming I'm going to see this big thing on the floor, and I just want to look and kind of try to maybe guess what it is.
Sure. So do a Arcana check.
Oh god.
That was chronic.
Ah.
Oof. Oof.
Yeah, just looks like a bunch of weird writing on the floor.
But I can assume it's probably a magic circle?
Yeah, it's probably a magic circle, but it looks like
Okay.
weird writing on the floor. It doesn't make sense to you.
Okay.
Either that or they let the prisoners do some artwork on the ground for a while.
Yeah.
No, you
for
know
some
what it looks
reason.
like? It looks like the human transmutation circle from
No!
Oh my god, no.
Oh my goodness.
And then I'll backtrack.
No.
No.
Anyways, so yeah,
Ah,
as everybody follows him, he takes out a keys that jingle a little bit, and he unlocks the door and he pushes it open, and he pushes it open enough that you're able to all see past and into this room. And he pauses for a moment before looking straight ahead to this bed here. He takes a look at this individual and he's just like, "All right, get up, Jester. We need to go. I need you to talk to these people for me.
oh,
Stop
yes.
being a
Oh, boy.
nuisance." Yep. So this individual, he's kind of laid back against the wall here, and he's kind of got like one leg folded over the other, and it's kind of like swinging a little. And when he's
I like
mentioned,
this style.
he looks up and is just kind of like "Oh, whatever," and he flips his foot over and he gets off the bed, and he walks towards the doorway. However, he knows he cannot leave the doorway, but he can come closer, and Gradvoth kind of backs away a little, and he goes, "This is Jester, and he uh, petty crimes. He won't hurt you. He might with his words, but he won't harm you. He's doesn't have any weapons
may
on him."
break my bones, but words will never hurt me. Gets into
Jessica.
cutting words.
Jessica, I have one request for you. Try and insult me.
Wow.
Oh my god.
This
Just
is
open
a
it up
very
with that one.
professional conversation.
Thank you.
That's a 10. He doesn't do very good.
Ooh.
It's
Get
average.
better.
Although he
Yeah,
doesn't actually do
wait.
it. He's just kind of like staring. He's like, "What the fuck? I don't know what I'm
Stares.
doing here.
He's like, it ain't worth saying nothing.
It ain't worth
That's
it."
a robot. That ain't worth fucking with.
But yeah, he's definitely the more you stare at him, he's definitely quite tall. I'd say that he's about the same height as Corvus. Although you can't quite tell with the mask. I know it's kind of weird. But this individual, you can tell like by like even with the hood, you can see on his neck that there's scales. So this is more than likely a dragonborn.
Do I? No, I don't.
Wait a minute, doesn't Draviska know Draconic?
Yes, just knows Draconic. The
Yep.
best language.
Yeah.
Shit. Abyssal's better. Fight me.
I will.
So, they call you Jester. Is that your actual name? Or
It is my name, yes.
Someone's parents didn't like him too
Insight
much.
check.
inside? Wow, just hitting them with that straight out the gate.
Insight check.
Not even like, does he seem legit? And like, well, you can roll an inside check and see. Just no inside check, instant.
Hold on, I gotta go
Is
back to my
that-
notes. I don't remember. Fuck, it's been forever.
Riddle me this. Is this
I
your
am on
name?
his
Is this our
ass.
car?
I am
imagine-
on it.
How I
Do you by
imagine
any
this.
chance remember?
Um,
Oh wait, no. I think I sent it to Impair. Hold on.
How I imagine this is that it's like, oh, it's just your real name. He goes, yeah, it's my real name. And also, like, is suddenly there, pointing her finger out as this. That's not your name.
Objection! Like a phoenix rising. Objection!
Objection, hearsay.
This paperwork clearly states that your name is not Jester.
That paper is
Where did you
outdated.
get that, Asha?
Freaking like staggers back. Guffaw!
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Phoenix is over there backhanded the paper like, I bet you feel real stupid right about now.
You want to
That
try that
autopsy
again?
report was outdated.
Corvus
Freaking
is just
inner
a
dialogue for
robot.
Asha. Yes, I've got him right where I want him. Now, tell me everything.
It all starts with a name. First impressions are very
I
important,
don't.
you know?
Yeah.
I don't like that sentence.
What?
Nothing.
No, say it.
I don't
First
like it.
impressions?
I don't like the sentence. it all starts with a name.
No, no.
Why,
I did not have his name written down. I don't quite remember it. I'm gonna have to go find it another time.
That
Yeah,
is right.
Nice and decided they got a name or not.
That is
I
right. Jesta is not my name. I don't know what my name is.
I have a name for him, but I can't remember because it was from forever ago.
Just say that they got hit on the head and have really bad amnesia. I don't know.
No, I thought I told Gaius, but apparently I did not.
Seriously?
Yeah, I thought I did. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh my god, we gotta look at his character sheet then. Did you write on his character sheet?
I think so, but we don't. Oh wait, do we? Wait, hold on. Actually,
We
Hold
still
on.
have it, yeah.
yeah, you're right. Hold on. Wait, I might still have it.
This is of utmost importance, okay? We cannot
Yeah.
continue this interrogation without a name.
Without a name, even though I
Remember,
mean,
it's not a
technically all you
rabbit
know is
trail. It's a plot thread.
Okay, how do I do these beans?
That is a massive grappling hook in that one room. Y'all seeing that?
Where
I
in
have
the
found it.
Thing's
Yeah.
huge.
I did write it down.
So they do have
Woohoo!
a name.
Yes.
And
Things-
Asha doesn't believe them when they say they
It's-
don't have a name.
It's
Yeah,
Jester
for-
J. Jester.
Yeah, so for non-metagaming, obviously nobody actually knows his name unless you know this person, which I think the only one that might know this person would be Kimya. But for those
Clarence.
that you know that insight-wise, it's definitely not his real name, but this is his actual name, which is Seldor Bloodmuck.
Yeah.
Wait,
That is a
wait.
hell of a name.
Yeah.
I know them. Wait, what?
Might.
You might know them. Yeah, they
Do I-
are a criminal. You can roll if see if you know them.
Would
Can
that
I
be
roll to
what
see if I
insight?
know them
History.
as well?
History.
I like how them being a criminal.
I roll
is like one
insight?
thing and possibly knowing them.
Wait, wouldn't I know that? No.
Uh,
I'm
No.
You didn't believe them. You're basically calling bull on them in your head.
May I
Yeah.
also roll history on this person?
Sure, go ahead.
Hey, the only person that might
None of
know is
us know
Kimya.
anything.
Double
And
check.
Ghost
Neither-
I will know them.
Neither of you know him enough, but he seems to be just a petty criminal that just messes around and does whatever he can just to bother people. He is a jester, after all.
Can I ask you, Jester? How'd you end up in here?
And try to be honest this time.
He gives a little chuckle knowing that
Jester.
he's been caught, and he gives like a well, you know, kind of like motion before saying, I may or may not have stabbed a buddy of mine in front of a guard. They don't like
Ah.
it when you stab people.
Yeah, they seem to be against that sort of thing. Did he deserve it though?
The warden here is like, oh my god, these people, what the fuck?
Well, he made a joke or two, and I just got bored.
Didn't
But were the
appreciate.
jokes bad?
They were bad jokes, yes.
Oh my god.
Could you repeat one of them? I'm very interested.
I can hear
Why
the
are we-
Google.
why are we
I can
here
hear the
interrogating
Google.
a prisoner to ask these questions.
Why did the chicken cross the road?
Wanna hear a good one, kids?
Why don't oysters donate to charity? Because they're so boo.
Yeah, no, that's pretty fucking bad. Gives oysters a bad rap, and it's
Yep.
an overused joke. I
understand why
I
you
am-
stab him.
I understand why you'd attack the person. How much is your bail?
Oh no.
I think
He
we're gonna
kind of like shrugs his shoulders, and the warden kind of gives a grimace, like, "Please don't."
Warden, we are curious what the man's bail is.
Can we
10 gold
see
coins.
what information he can give us first before setting
And
him
gold
free?
pieces.
10 gold pieces. He shanked a bitch in the in the middle of the.
Damn,
could-
someone's life
Okay,
worth
if-
10 gold
if
pieces.
if that's true, then I could kill 7 people in front of someone.
Well, no one said that he killed the
No, no,
guy.
no.
He just said
He
he
Yeah.
didn't
stabbed
kill him. He just stabbed him. That was
And
it.
I could stab 7 1/5 people.
7.
Yes,
well,
I'm sure
listen,
the,
my
I'm sure
friend.
the
We could
inoculated-
get you out of here tonight, but we need you to help us. And as you apparently so did before, we need you to not lie. We need you to be honest with us. You were here the night that tiefling left through that portal, correct?
Oh, you mean the petty thief that steals from nobility?
If you want to call it petty. He left through a portal.
Pretty petty.
That's the notable part.
Oh, yes.
What do you know?
Well, we started spouting some mumbo jumbo that I didn't quite understand, and next thing I know, there was a portal there. He just kind of crawled through it and then disappeared.
He spoke gibberish before a portal was summoned.
Oh, yes, definitely.
Was he reading from something?
No.
Was he
What?
sitting in a bit of a fixed position, or was he pacing?
He seemed to be pacing a little.
Did he seem ritualistic, almost like on a routine, or was it more spastic, sporadic, and almost as if he was talking to someone?
Hmm. He seemed very angry, and I definitely think he could have been talking to somebody. However, I didn't quite understand the language he was speaking.
Do you remember the words he said by chance? Any of them at all? Anything that stuck in your mind?
I remember a lot of things, but magic is not something I do.
Not magic, just words. I know you're a man of words, many of them.
It's like asking a man to okay, so what's wrong with your car? Can you tell us what it sounded like?
I know, but
Well,
you never know.
Well, I went.
My car kind of sounded like.
If you don't know how to speak a language you don't understand, I don't think you could really go. Oh, well, it sounded like this.
Yeah.
I know, but if there was one term that was repeated, well, repeatedly, that particular term may have stuck in Jester's mind. And if so, anybody that knows whatever language that is might recognize it.
Yeah, so I rolled a 3, which means that he only remembered 3 words, in which we're gonna say are
Bippity
some
boppity
fancy
boo.
words.
Bippity boppity boo.
So
Bippity
let's
boppity
assume
boo.
these are 3 words that are in a foreign language.
Yep.
Does Corvus understand it?
I'm about to say, let's go over some of the languages that we know and see if these catch for you. Gervarno's Elvish and Halfling.
Okay, no.
No? Okay. What languages does everybody else know?
I
Oh god,
know-
comprehend language. Okay, then never mind.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
There you go,
Traviska's-
Traviska.
there you go.
Okay.
If they are of a language that is like an actual language, Vista can understand the literal meaning of them.
Can understand the literal meaning of any spoken language you hear. You can also understand written language, but you must be touching the servers on which the words are written.
Yep. All right. So you can tell, and also Corvus, you would also recognize this language.
Abyssal.
Yep. It is abyssal. And from Droviska, what you can tell from just these 3 words, they obviously are 3 words from like mismatch parts of the maybe spell that they were speaking. But from just the words alone, you can tell that it might be something a little darker than just magic.
Oh dear.
What would Corvus understand about it?
You'd probably only hear maybe words like maybe like blood and something else and something else, like kind of dark magic kind of stuff. But you can't really tell because you don't think it's magic. You just know this
Blood,
language.
miasma,
Yeah,
suffering.
darkness. No, I'm joking.
There's rather darker terminology, but then you're saying Traviska with a little bit of a background related to that, would
Yes.
understand as being a little bit darker in nature.
Yep.
Because not
Okay,
only is Visca an undead kobold, Visca also knows how to the fundamentals of magic.
Well, that sounded like Abyssal to me.
Dark incantation, perhaps?
They did mention blood.
Incantation, you say, Traviska?
Blood for the blood god.
Blood for the blood gods.
Before, is incantation an actual? Hold on. I have to make sure it's not an actual specific. It might be. D&D is
Oh, no,
really
no,
weird
no.
then.
Just something that could be related to that is all, I guess.
Dark magic. Let's go with that.
Interesting.
Potentially
well,
even
then.
blood magic.
I'm a man of my word, and I'm going to hand the ward 10 gold pieces.
Oh lord.
Oh my
Would
god.
you care to join us, Chester?
Gradvoth kind of like looks at the coin and he grimaces, knowing that he has to. He can't say no. So like he takes the coins begrudgingly and is just like, Jester, you may leave. And you see Jester immediately turn around, grab like a bag of something, and hikes it over his shoulder, and then just like slides between you all and like starts heading out for the door. Like that's his cue to go.
Yep. We got the cartoon running noises going. So,
There you
would we want to interrogate the shopkeeper further?
No.
Run, Jester, run.
Run, Jester, run.
Why
I
not?
have a feeling
My
we might
southern
die.
really just came out there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, wow.
Like we found a dead body in that man's shop.
We did.
And you heard what he said when we were around in the corner. He said, "I'm sorry, I want to go home." I don't think he's exactly in a cooperative mood.
Orvis can change that.
I don't think the warden is going to allow you to
Oh.
beat the shit out of some of his people.
I never said
Yeah,
beat the
that's the other
shit
thing.
out of them.
Or intimidate them.
Oh, woe
the
is
end,
me,
he
a
is the
prisoner's
warden.
being abused.
Yeah, remember, he only let us speak to this jester person here because they happened to witness Maloric's escaping.
Yeah. And he knows that you're all working for the queen, which means he has to, otherwise he's going to deal with royal guard and royal law.
What if the thing that we need is potentially involving that guy?
You'd need proof.
Fuck. Never mind.
And just be
then.
like, well, yeah, I need to talk to this person, you know, that kind of thing. He surely has something to do with it. To be like, with what proof? He's just some shopkeeper.
There's a dead fucking body.
Yeah, well, technically speaking, you don't know what the dead body was from or whatever that is.
Fair enough.
Warden Godvoth, when is your expert on the Arcana supposed to be here to investigate this portal?
Well, he should be here within the next few hours. He's coming from. Hold on, 1 second. Oh, wrong one. He is coming from. I do believe it's Lupain. Yes, Lupain. Which is very far.
What's the name of this scholar of Arcana?
He does not know because he was not the one who technically sent for him.
Fair enough. I mean, you never know. You could have been told.
Yep. Nope, he doesn't know.
Okay.
One way or another, I believe this is all we can do for now.
Should we wait?
I believe we should go outside and discuss what we want to do next.
Very well.
No, just a escape.
Then
Lexia.
to the outside.
So yes, we will go back to the massive map. These cards are still here.
I still have 16.
I have 16 too.
Yeah, I don't know how to get rid of them, I'm gonna be honest with you.
What if I just let this one go?
I have 17.
Yeah, I gave you my card because I was thinking it would get off my screen, but it doesn't.
Yeah, I was hoping so as well, but I don't actually know how to make them go away.
Ooh,
I'm just gonna steal the cards. I'm doing it. Yeah. I pushed the buttons.
I was denied. I'm just gonna try and steal all of your cards.
Oh no, I did the exact same thing. No.
Mine. Why isn't it called a steal request? What kind of thievery is this?
What? Excuse me, but if I may I steal your card?
Denied.
Oh,
Denied.
Yeah, I knew eventually gonna run out of cards to try and steal.
I've already tried to steal all of them.
Okay. Anyways.
All right, moving on. We're outside.
Yeah.
Garavard, is your former associate known for doing magical tricks like this?
No,
Keep
not
going.
particularly. I know Maloric's had some proclivities to magic, though it wasn't exactly a common thing.
What about the people he associated himself with?
He didn't associate himself with other people. He
Could it
associated himself with his work and myself.
Garavar, could it potentially be something related to what you two found that day? Same day that you found that sword?
Potentially, but I don't believe so. He never he never interacted with the weapon like I did. He never experienced the same things that I did.
But is there a chance that there was another item of that magical property there?
Perhaps it's nothing that I know of, though.
Fair enough, but after
Jilla
all,
just got rid of those. How dare you?
you were also
I'm sorry.
You were also teleported out of the jail, were you not?
No. I was teleported, not exactly my own volition, after I was released from the vision with my
Ah, yes, that is right, my bad.
that thing.
There we go. My
I
cards.
think it,
So,
Okay, so
so wait. This area is where the Mad Brawlers are like hanging out, right?
yep.
Would we want to look for, like, any
Yeah,
suspicious activity that might lead us to... Because we know that, Malarix was with them when they robbed the bank.
So they might have seen him walking about.
Yeah.
I don't think these guys would snitch on him.
People might have seen him, or we might be able to find people. We might be able to find evidence of a Mad Brawler hideout. They're pirates, after all. They ain't exactly known for their cleanliness.
It's
it's
worth
worth
a
a
look.
shot. Although I suppose we need to ask, what are we really doing here?
Isn't that a question you should be asking yourself?
One of the reasons I wanted to come over here was to pay a visit to the Mad Brawlers as well. So we could try and look around for them.
Why?
Because
Plot.
Why would we go looking for trouble?
Because lore.
Just facepalm.
This
Right,
is
I won't
following the
face palm.
majority of the group.
I would love answers. I would love to know what happened with Malarix, believe me. But at this point, what are we going to accomplish by walking up to the Mad Brawlers and picking a fight with them? What are we truly going to do?
It's not necessarily picking a fight with them. You want information on Malarix, and if you use your words carefully, they may give that information to you. And if not, and if it looks they're a bit testy, we leave.
Just
We're
walk
not
up to a
looking for
gang,
trouble,
ask for
just
information
information.
politely, and you go, okay, I guess you want to, we'll take our leave.
Or we could fight them and offer them surrender, and probably they'll be more lenient.
I would also love to figure out why there is so much fucking snow on this side of Esameri, when everywhere else it is sunny and bright and warm.
Don't worry
There
about it.
a world reason for that? Annie?
Yes, because there is I do believe it's to the south of Esameri is the Frozen Isles. So it's cold, like snow and that kind of stuff. That's getting closer to Esameri because it's like right on the edge of it.
Gotcha.
Yep.
So, all in favor?
Of picking a fight with the Mad Brawlers or leaving.
Of investigating the Mad Brawler situation.
Remember, Visca sticks with whatever the majority of the party is going for.
I see no reason to. I don't see a benefit for it.
This guy doesn't particularly see why we should, but again, they're sticking with the majority of the group because Vault wanted them to be part of this group, so they're just going to be with wherever most of them are.
I would say Asha's in the same boat as Draviska, only she's there because of the queen.
Orvis
Okay,
will say,
so-
fine, whatever. We won't do it.
Okay, so it's more on the favor of not doing anything like that?
It's more kind of like,
We just actively don't have a reason to.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Who the fuck put Among Us in the snow?
where are you seeing this?
I don't see it
Here.
anywhere.
Oh, there it is.
It's so tiny. You know what? I'll do something better.
I'm gonna
Draw a giant.
I'm gonna have Alibrand hit whoever's doing it, and it's gonna hurt because it's a lot higher of a level.
Whoever puts Among Us on the map, ask
Pro-
yourself that.
Let's think here for a second. We all know.
Wasn't Cole doing it the first time?
I think Moth was. I don't know. It doesn't matter. But still.
I don't know how. I
Moth
don't.
more
drew
Among Us.
dicks.
I don't know how to do the Among Us side.
Oh, and there
Who
it is.
is the imposter putting Among Us on the map?
Yes.
You're about to be voted out, so state your story.
Say psych right now.
Alrighty, so
On that note, has Cole been saying anything?
Cold, are you good?
I'm here.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that you're not fucking dead. Okay, so
Wait,
where
what do you
to
mean?
now, gang?
Yes. I see you.
alrighty. So
I proposed we find Vault. Find another job. Find work.
got another job. Alrighty.
Outside of here.
Whistle.
Yes,
for
ideally work outside of the city, knowing what we know from Kimya.
Vault. I honestly wouldn't mind going somewhere other than this continent. I've never really preferred this one.
Alrighty. So you'd like to all go find Volt and get a job from her?
E.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of the area.
Inside of Esamary.
In
Alrighty.
the estimary area.
Okay, so you all begin back to we'll say you all head back to the Naughty Gnome because
It
seems
to be
like
a
every
place that
time
Vault can find us easy enough at.
yeah, pretty much.
It's like
Uh,
Vault understands when we are all gathered at the Naughty Gnome. That's probably their time to intervene.
Yeah, pretty much. So we will all gather back at the Naughty Gnome. Still have this card on my screen. Hold on, let me refresh. It bothers me. I don't like looking at the card. Oh, this is not the right. Why did it send me there?
No.
It sent me to a different campaign.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
The DM's not here. Write Among Us on the map.
No. I
Quickly,
will...
go.
Wait.
I'm here
The
now.
DM's not here. Quick, add all the gold you want to your character.
And then you all get banned.
No.
Oh.
I don't want to get banned.
Stop it.
So,
Don't make me take out the D100.
Let's roll a D20 5 times.
who did it?
Anyways,
It was just a
Uh,
Minecraft dirt structure. That's all
Who
it
did
was.
this?
make me take out the D100.
Oh no.
Take out the D100.
Wait, no.
I'll
20.
take 23 damage.
I didn't do jack shit.
I'm joking, but stop it. Next time it will be.
Okay.
Rocks fall, you die.
I would be hurting pretty bad.
The
Yeah.
entire building fucking collapses. Everyone inside
That's why everyone dies.
Alright, so, so you all meet up back at the Naughty Gnome. Anybody who'd like to get drinks and food, they can. If you need a short rest, I doubt you do because you haven't fought anything yet. But if you need a short rest, go ahead.
Is the
and take a short
sharp?
rest?
Is the shopkeep still giving us like free things?
No.
Damn.
What? Ain't that some rubbish?
Now, that's some rubbish, man.
Nope, he's
That's
not giving free
some
stuff.
bloody rubbish there, mate.
So let me add some individuals to the. First of all, let me change all the brands back to the new one. I keep forgetting I need to change his.
Handsome elf now.
Yeah, some elf.
I need to
Jesus,
take my
got an elf
medicine.
beard.
Bum, 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 da, da, da.
Yes, they would.
Huh. Interesting.
I'm surprised Garavar isn't staying on the other side of the table away from the flirting pair. And a water.
He's gonna go in that
Yeah, you want to hear more one-liners?
Why is he getting closer? Oh. He's going to the bars.
Go to the bar.
Orvis is just gonna sit on this table.
That's a
On the
stage.
table.
Not the table. It's
Not
going
the
bust and break.
table. Oh god, it's
My
massive.
God, he's gigantic. And hey, it's Jester. Look at
It's
that.
Jester. You know what? For shits and giggles, since I need more people just to hang out, don't worry about it.
What?
Wait, what do you mean
let's
don't
see.
worry about it?
Who's that?
Oh,
up
don't
there?
worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Garavar is going to ask the
Is
barkeep.
that handsome Squidward?
Handsome Squidward, what?
Hey yo, it's handsome Squidward in the top right.
Wait, hold up. Let me zoom
Oh,
out.
God.
That's
my
literally
God.
handsome Squidward.
Bruh.
It's
Is that
not,
the cheetah
but
on the roof?
I'm sorry, what?
It looks like a Triton,
There's a
maybe.
cheetah
it
on the roof.
is.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, it was chilling. I didn't mean to bring that one, but over. But yeah.
Oh look, it's
Um,
Vault.
Whenever the
Yeah,
bartender gets him in, a Garavar at the bar's gonna ask, listen, I need the strongest stuff you have. Now, hold on. What I fear you may have heard me say was, I need some really strong stuff. What I said is, I need the strongest stuff you have. I need to not remember tonight.
Oh God.
Wait, what happened to the barrel of alcohol you bought?
Yeah.
It's
He
gone.
already drank it.
Wow.
My
Already?
He hasn't.
Garva, I think we need to have an intervention for you.
I think you need to take your metallic ass elsewhere right now.
So the bartender offers you the most, like, hardcore,
I need
stuff
the
you could
hardest
ever
thing this
find.
man has.
And it costs 19 gold pieces. And it will knock you the hell out.
Okay.
I mean, in
Open
that
this up then.
Actually, wait a minute. That might be a useful thing to just, like, hold on to.
Let me get my character sheet open because it doesn't want to stay open for some reason. There we go. Okay. So I gotta knock out 19 gold pieces from my inventory. Huh?
Oh God.
If
God.
that's what you want to pay for it, sure.
And
Hey, we got a
here,
Hello,
Asha.
and thank you for the follow. I'm trying to yell over them because I want to keep the story going, but hello, and thank you for the
If I don't pass
follow.
out from this, I'm going to get another one.
If
but
you
I
have any
may not
questions,
be
feel
in a
free to
good enough
ask. I'll
state to
address
hand the
them in
mantle,
chat so I don't have to
Oh,
talk
no.
You
over
two watch
everybody
this
else.
from me tonight.
Oh no.
I'm babysitting you.
You're babysitting my coin purse.
Oh God.
Okay then.
If I demand another drink from this man, by God, give him the money.
Roll
You get a
for
coin purse that has
initiative on the
11 silver
alcohol.
pieces and 41 gold pieces in it, for your reference.
41 silver.
Wait,
Wait,
adding it to her coin purse immediately.
Who put a mouse in this thing?
11 silver, 41 gold.
41 gold and how many silver? Sorry.
11.
11 silver. Man, you broke.
I mean,
Well, I did
41
start the campaign
gold
with
is
nothing.
not broke.
Anyway, well, bottoms up. And Gilbert downs it. Best he can, anyway, depending on how hard this is to down.
Bruh, do you want us to die? Stop putting Among Us in the map.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
Yep, Constitution saving throw.
I screwed my chat. It's over in the corner. How do I fix that? Wait. Hang on a second.
Did you pop it out?
Yeah, somehow, and I'm trying to close it. There we go. Okay.
Oh, where's my character?
And now my chat doesn't want to open up again.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh, someone broke it.
Come here, you.
Roll 20, everybody. The best.
There we go. Okay, so Garavar tries to drink this that he's purchased. What?
The
Constitution saving throw.
DC to
Chug,
not
chug,
pass out, I will make it 14.
A DC. That's it.
Yep.
To knock me the fuck out.
You are technically an elf, and it's a little difficult.
Chug, 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 chug.
Okay, let me get my character sheet back open.
Actually,
Damn
what is your Constitution?
My Constitution's a 14.
Do you have a check in the saving throw?
That's what I'm saying. It's gonna be saving throw or what?
It'd be a saving throw, yes. Oof. Yeah, you're knocked out.
Congratulations.
You are
Thank
gone.
Task failed successfully.
Yep. So
am I out or am I drunk?
You are out. Like you're knocked out against the table. So yeah, you drank this, and within like 5, 6, 7 minutes, your head hits the table, and you're out.
Well, that was quick.
They go whiskey from the sailor. Plop. Gilmore's halfway on the. Gilmore's halfway on this bench. Halfway off.
I'm not taking him up to his room.
Viscous just sees this is like, wow. Okay.
I have his purse. I'm not carrying anything else of his. Or him for that matter.
This is a great opportunity for me to look at that book I was given.
Yes, it is.
I want to look at it.
Because the moment you guys all don't have time, I'm bringing Vault in, so...
I want to look at that book I got.
Vault is like stealthily peering into the windows like, okay, are they doing anything?
Are they
They are.
are
Okay,
they
I'll
messing
wait a
up their
little.
life? Are they? Is it?
Okay, are they doing anything now? Okay, can you take out a book? Okay, I'll let her read for a little while. Oh no, Garavar's
What is
hell is-
Garavar doing?
Garavar's on a wild bender.
man down, man down.
Corvus is just gonna take a seat with Jester.
Oh. Yeah, so you take a seat next to Jester, and he's just like, he like looks up to you as he's like about to like lift his mask to drink something, and he immediately puts it back down and doesn't drink it and sets the drink back down. He's just like, yes.
No need to be nervous around me. It's okay. I just want some company because I feel like I'm in a circus when I'm with that lot sometimes.
So you went to come join another circus.
Yes, that is entirely the point. But you're a one-man show, the star of the show. Speaking of, you said that you stabbed someone for bad jokes. Could you
Yes.
tell me a good joke? Google intensifies.
It's like,
Instead, give him a riddle. Look up a riddle, and he has to solve it.
Okay,
He's like,
yeah,
"Hey,
you know what? Do it.
Yeah, alright, let's look at
he's like, tell me a good joke.
Wait. You know what? Give me a riddle instead. I like those a good bit.
I know a riddle if you want to use it. Might be too easy though.
me a
I'm looking
riddle.
for I'm getting something a little difficult.
All right,
Like,
I'm
give me
gonna tell a riddle. Then, as we wait for them, I wish to tell.
Okay. What's the riddle?
Yeah, Corvus is like, oh, give me a good riddle. I was just thinking, Corvus slowly pulls out a knife. I was like, oh god, oh fuck.
Riddle me this.
It's seas with no water, deserts with no sand, forests without trees. What am I?
What?
Wait,
The phrasing of that makes no sense.
Seas without water, sand, deserts without sand, and forest without trees. What am I?
A human
hair.
No.
a map.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, obviously.
I'm a map.
Alright,
that
so
one's
here's one.
from
Okay, here,
That
give
was
me
great,
the
thank you.
riddle.
This one might be a little easy if you know it, but
I might.
I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but when I come alive with wind, what am I?
An instrument.
Nope.
Say it one more time.
I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with wind. What am I?
What speaks without a mouth?
And hears without ears.
And here's the thing.
I have no body, but I come alive with wind.
But requires wind. An instrument's just completely wrong.
Yep, not an
Okay.
instrument.
Can't imagine an instrument hearing.
Hey, you never know. A phone?
Nope.
I don't know. A wind chime. No, wind chimes can't hear. What makes noise and can hear?
I'm in there some
And
memory. The girls were very pretty. Pop.
What response? Actually, you know what? You got me beat. What is it?
It's an echo.
Fuck off.
It speaks without a mouth and hears without ears. It has no
Wait,
body and it comes alive with
How does
wind.
an echo hear?
Well, scientific for a riddle, but alright.
Yeah.
How does an echo hear?
Don't ask me. That's the riddle.
That's not a riddle. That's just not true.
This riddle relies on tricking you into thinking about ears and a mouth. You get a tiny hint about the wind to encourage you to think broadly and avoid the literal. That's all it says.
Yeah, but I'm not
Like,
thinking of an ear or a mouth. I'm just wondering how a phenomenon of the natural world can hear.
I think what it's supposed to be is like, well, it listens to what you say and says it back, even though it doesn't hear.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, there you go.
Even though,
But it doesn't listen because it can't process sound at all.
That's the point, because it's echoing, so it's doing the same sound that you made. So in a sense, it's hearing because it's making the same sound.
Yeah, it
Does
has
it
to have a
mean
sound that it originally.
anything?
Yeah, but if an echo were sentient, it wouldn't have to hear something to make a sound. It's a riddle. It's not supposed to
Yeah.
entirely make sense.
Hey, Jester.
Yeah.
That was a pretty shit riddle.
What do you?
Lucky for you, I left my knife at home. Walks away slowly.
I have a riddle I could type out and send in chat real quick if you want.
I hate that wording.
Oh wait, I said the wrong thing. God damn it! I'm sorry.
Oh.
My bad.
I don't like this.
not gonna lie.
I got to the second sentence and I'm like, I don't like that there's that, and then children delight in me. Elders take pride. Fair maidens dance and spin.
I'm concerned.
Size? Anyways.
My apologies. It's been a minute since I've heard that riddle. I got it mixed up a little bit there.
Oh, I know instantly what it is now.
Oh, yeah.
I'm at a loss with this one.
It's a candle.
No.
Why would you
What?
fondle a candle? Okay.
To light it.
You could blow out a candle.
Hey,
No, that's like a match or a lighter.
people are into wax. I don't
To
know.
all things and men I appertain.
But you pour
Yet
it.
by
You don't
some am shunned
fondle
and
it.
disdained.
Pour it onto the skin and leave it
Fondle
alone.
me and ogle me till you're insane, but no blow can harm me or cause me pain. Children delight in me, elders take fright. Fair maidens dance and spin. Cry and I weep, yawn and I sleep, smile and I shall grin. What am I?
A gun?
Captain, can I send you mine? Because I'm pretty sure it's right. Because I
Go for it.
Tool. And then
Ooh.
You took 2 guesses, but yeah, you're right.
Okay, yeah, I didn't. It was like one of the two because the first one I was like, no blow can harm me. That doesn't make sense. But I was like, fuck it.
Is it a reflection?
Yes, it is a reflection.
Oh,
yeah.
wow, I got it.
Yeah.
Hey,
Children find it fascinating. Older people would be afraid if they saw their own reflection.
yeah, because
Oh.
they're getting old.
Beautiful
That's
people
what
obviously will
it
sit
is.
there and dance
It,
in front
it
when
was
they
it
can
was
see
me like
themselves.
crying I weep going to sleep. Like, okay.
It
Yeah.
mirrors everything back to you. And it's
It's
not a mirror. That's a very specific point. That's
Yeah,
from The
'cause-
Witcher 3.
Because you
Because-
can break a mirror, but you can't break your reflection.
Yeah. That's what I
Exactly.
was thinking. Yeah.
See, in The Witcher, you get stuck in a game where you're supposed to solve that riddle, and then when you go to solve it by finding it in the world, there's mirrors everywhere. Every time you go to
Yeah,
a mirror,
yep.
though, it breaks. You have to go find some water.
I was like, it's one of the two, but I keep remembering like I only remember there being mirrors everywhere.
The chat's talking about a candle protection program now.
Oh dear.
oh boy.
Hey, all right.
Justice for the candles, I would say.
Hey, no candles were harmed in the making of this riddle.
So is
Now, mirrors,
Vault,
on the other hand, mirrors were very harmed in order to prove this riddle correct.
is Vault gonna show themselves, or are they just gonna?
Well, yeah,
chill?
you guys were all doing riddles. So I didn't.
I
wanna bother.
was
But-
never told what was in the book.
And do with a drunken give.
If he stands on, oh god,
Someone should honestly take him to his room.
No.
Yeah, so like Alibrand's gonna like turn around since you're right behind him, and he's just kind of like gonna look down at you, and then he's gonna like
I'm on the ground again.
yeah, he's gonna like take off like the top of his armor and then set it on top of you, and with the weight, you just get like held down basically.
Oh no.
So now you're stuck there.
Drunk
don't
and
want-
immobilized.
Yeah, basically his is nobody seems to want to take him up to his room. However, he doesn't want him to like fall into something and crack his head open. So
no,
he's
I'm
like,
waiting for him to
that'd be
climb
very
up on the
fun.
table and start singing.
He takes out
That'd be
fucking
pretty-
bagpipes.
Oh my god.
And this is one I heard.
Well, I didn't get to get drunk. I went straight to passing out, so I can't do much. I can barely
Yeah,
stagger
well-
for passing out again.
Struggles
so,
to take out bagpipes.
So
Let me play you a
as
little ditty.
as you're all like kind of like watching Garavar make a fool of himself and
No,
pass out on the
Visca's
floor every
keeping an
once in
eye
a
on the
while.
door.
Yeah, and then keep an eye on the door.
Visca does not care about Garavar's antics right now.
Before
Visca's
long,
here to wait for Vault.
before long, the door opens and Walt makes her way inside, and she kind of looks around, and then spying you all, she makes her way over and gives a little hello to Draviska before looking at the rest of the team, and she locks eyes on the situation with Garavar and just shakes her head in disappointment.
Yeah, it's like Vault walks in and sees Visca. Visca gives a little wave, then slowly turns towards Garavar. Then Vault follows. He's like, oh.
Oh.
Heroes of the Gateway, aren't you astonished, Vault?
Very interesting. That's true.
Was I ever told what was in the book I was reading?
Yes. Let me do that.
No, your eyes glazed over halfway through.
Roll me. What's your highest? Investigation or perception?
Perception.
Okay, so roll me perception.
Fuck!
Ooh. It mainly looks like it's a bunch of just random notes and strewn together information. It's so messy that you honestly can't get much information out of it, other than the fact that the Mad Brawler, mainly talking about the Mad Brawlers being pirates, what they do. The higher ranks end up, they commit a lot of like murder and they burn things down, that kind of thing. They make a ruckus and they steal
Murder.
ships. They, that not so great stuff. But there's also mentions of lower ranks that are more on just like the petty thief sides. And they don't do much of that crazy stuff.
I swear, I've never rolled those low with real dice ever. This often for this long.
Yeah, grind me a river.
Shut up, Garavar, you're asleep.
That's not Garabar. That's me complaining.
Shut up, Captain, you're asleep now.
So yeah, Volta glances over you all and it's just like, so have you finished what you'd like to do for today?
I'd say so.
I would like to
We
get out
finished what's
before the
Seems
night.
that way.
It appears so, since one of your compatriots is now sound asleep on the floor.
It's fine. They
It's a
do
bit
that
early,
sometimes.
but yes, it is fine.
Garavar's a bit of a day drinker these days. I don't know what's gotten into him.
Could be because one of his former associates broke out of jail and hell bent on finding him.
It could be, but he didn't know about that when it started happening.
Or
I mean,
maybe
it's-
it's because he had to witness some shit.
We did also find a dead body. Or a dead
Yep.
tiefling.
But like,
Or maybe
like I
it's
said,
because he had to witness some shit.
but like I
He
said,
didn't
this
witness
started
anything!
He
Like I
heard.
said, this is before we even found the dead tiefling. Like, I'm kind of concerned about Gareth.
Well, I think you should maybe all talk to him, perhaps? Seek help if it's too much.
Do you know any good therapists in the area, Vault?
Well, there are
The
doctors.
therapist.
I don't-
don't understand.
I've never heard the term therapist, but there is doctors.
Or they're men, but not therapist.
What about Estimary Alcoholics Anonymous?
Alcoholics Anonymous.
If you're having issues with being an alcoholic, maybe best to contact some gnomes or
Contact
something.
EA. Estimary Anonymous.
Okay, but anyways, what jobs do you have for us?
Oh, yes. So she takes out a pouch and let me look at her jobs. Okay, this one is done, so let me quickly
Next adventure is Garavar going to therapy.
oh god.
Roll for initiative.
Okay. So she lays out four jobs.
Okay.
One, she explains, is a sort of debt collection. So Vault needs you to collect a debt from Bestrone Mossbreaker, a nobleman who asked for information. She gave it to him at a price, and he has yet to pay it back. She said if you get the information to her, she'll pay you half of the 500 gold pieces, which is 71 gold pieces each. Yeah.
That's literally exactly how much gold I have right now. I'm making double the. Holy shit!
I could stab 7 more people.
feel like
Another one is faking the death of Zaxverus Lionlash, a friend of Vault who's being hunted by soldiers of the guard. You can do this in many ways. You all seem fit however you want to do it. The
Garibard.
other one is a friend of hers named Truman. Seems to have died mysteriously, and she wants the body because she'd like to bury them. However, they're wherever information you get from that, if you pick it, then she mainly just wants the body of somebody named Truman. And another one is to steal and replace a goblet unnoticed, and replace it with a lookalike from a church.
Ah,
I
has
don't
very vague
touch
experience of that one.
churches, no.
I might be interested in fucking with the church.
We are not messing with churches.
Maybe
This
Kim
guy-
is not.
Visca is primarily interested in how intricate and unique the goblet is.
Step into the church.
this goblet one, Vault. What's the goblet? Why do you need it?
It's a goblet. I want it.
That's fair,
I
but
can-
does it
It's
does it not
new
have
and
anything
shiny.
else to it?
No, it's just a goblet.
Are you positive?
I'm very positive.
Okay,
It's just a goblet.
Its
And
item
more-
description literally reads, "It's just a goblet."
And
Visca takes out the goblet they got from the hobgoblin.
gentlemen, this is a goblet.
Dear
My
God.
Yeah, she takes a look at the goblet and she's like,
No.
"Ooh, Javiska, could I perhaps get that from you?"
Visca has already be able to neighbor. Visca holds up the other hand and recreates an exact identical replica of it using their mana, which still does not look as good, but it's like So Visca's got what they want, and they'll have it. They'll give it all.
Okay, yeah. So she takes it from you, and in return, she'll also give you 5 golden coins.
Hell yeah.
Yep, she stuffs it into her or like little bag and closes it, and it's just like, is there anything else you'd like to ask about?
What about the first job, the noble person that needs a bit of debt collecting?
Bastro Mossbreaker. Yes,
Yes.
he's got information from me and has yet to actually pay me back. I'm not
Oh, I
a
see.
fan of people who don't pay me for information.
It must ain't us. You have to give us money.
Garifar,
Go to bed.
try and rest.
I can't. I'm under something. It's quite heavy.
It's at this moment that Corvus will get up and lift Alibrand's armor off of Garivar and take Garivar to a room.
So wait. So we essentially see the Warforge strip Garivar of his armor.
No, I said pick up Alibrand.
No.
I never said what. Excuse me.
No, Alibrand has
Wait.
Alibrand has his armor on top, so he's
Why?
removing it.
Oh, I didn't get that part. I didn't get that part.
Alibrand took like the front half of his entire armor on the chest end of it
Yeah.
and just set it on top of Garivar
I didn't catch that
like the
part.
world's heaviest weighted blanket.
Anyways, Garivar, come with me.
He cannot complain. He is he is less than half conscious.
And then Corvus just drags Garivar to a room.
Oh no, bridal style.
Yes.
I'm gonna send him a drink. He'll be back.
And I think Garivar had too much to drink anyways. So does anyone else have like opinions on the jobs?
We are not fucking with the church.
I would also
Why-
like to mention that you didn't technically ask her about jobs outside of Esamary, so...
Oh yeah.
Yes,
oh,
we
yeah,
need
true.
jobs outside of the city.
Oh yeah, Vault, I just recalled earlier. We were looking more for jobs outside of Esamary, if you have any of those lying around.
Sorry, I zoned out. Sorry, what did you say?
I asked for jobs outside of Esamary.
Jobs outside of Esamary. Okay, so she ponders for a moment, and it's just like, outside of Esamary. I have jobs, yes, but I'd need time to collect jobs like that. Are you leaving Esamary so soon?
Yes.
Yeah, it seems a bit odd here.
Do you have a way to leave Esamary? Are you
I'm
leaving
sure we could
Bayman?
find a boat.
Or... Oh,
I'm sure we could find
oh,
a boat.
sure, of course. There's plenty of boats to sell, but they
I
might
never
be a little
said
pricey.
sell.
You're going to steal a boat. Makes
I
sense.
mean, yeah, that's kind of a thing I do, Vault. Anyways, I'll figure out the boat later. I mean, hey, the lot of you, are you okay with just kind of taking a boat?
Why, honestly, no. But if we don't have any other option, we might have to do that.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so you know what? We'll see how it goes. So, what would these jobs be?
Well, it depends on where you're going. If you're leaving Bayman,
I have no
Are-
idea where the fuck we could go.
yeah. Well, I mean, it depends. Are you all planning to want to leave Bayman, or are you going to stay in Bayman?
I vote for
Bayman is the
leaving.
nation. So, are you leaving the nation?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, right.
I thought we were just leaving the town.
Yeah, I want to leave the town
fair
first,
enough.
since we know that's where they're coming.
Well, they're sweeping through Bayman, so Esamary is their last. So they've been to the other places so far. The Esamary is their last stop because it's at the end.
Oh.
Yeah, they've swept through Bayman now.
So, what is there to expect with how this group is like leaving previous towns? Have we heard any news about what's been going on in neighboring towns with this group?
You can if you'd like to all look into it, but so far everybody only knows about Esamary. That's their place, unless they're from somewhere else that they know of. which depends again on where you're planning to go.
No, I meant like with the group that's coming to Esamari to cause trouble. Do we know what kind of trouble they do?
From what Kimya's the person who talked to Kimya about giving her the information about it, they explained along the lines of they're planning to destroy as much of Bayman as they can, and that means burning down buildings, killing a bunch of people, that kind of thing. They want to cause harm to the lower branch of the nations, which Esamari or Bayman is the weakest part of the entire the continent of Krakenot.
I wouldn't mind just dipping from Bayman, honestly.
There
What's
is
up
a
now?
bunch of nations you can go to, so yeah.
What's the neighboring nations?
Yeah, can we see the
Uh,
world map?
Yeah, sure.
that would be nice. Can't exactly plan where I want to go without seeing anything.
Yeah, okay. So, there's the other B.
Oh god, it's all pixelated for me. Ah, there we go.
Okay. Bayman.
I read that one
So
place is
you're all
balls.
here. So you're right here.
Okay, and all across Bayman, there's been
Yeah, so they
and
start here in
murder.
Lacus and have made their way to probably about the caverns by now, and their next step is Esamari.
Mm.
Okay,
So we probably want to head this way.
We could go to the Frozen Isles, yeah.
we want to go
could
to.
also fight that.
It sounds like a
But-
very large group, and we are how many people?
Yeah, but we're less with them. But consider this: we have determination.
Yes,
This
we
isn't
have
fun.
anime
This-
protagonist strength.
This isn't Undertale.
We could also
Not with that, dude.
potentially... So they also gotten up to here.
Yep, they've
Okay.
started in Lacus and have made their way up to the caverns here. They've been to Sundale and Gallic, all that
Gotcha.
places. Their next stop is Esamari.
So if they started in Lacus, they came from one of two places most likely. Anyways.
So we can go here. Or we can try. I'm assuming this is a floating island. We can try to get up here.
It is a floating island, however, you cannot see it. It's though it's there on the map. It's
It's
something
not for our
well,
character's map.
Yeah, you don't actually know that that's there. So
Well,
I put it there
I mean,
simply because
I'd say we could go to the Frozen Isles, or we could go to Bowel.
You could pass
Well, to
through
get
the Frozen
to
Isles
the
on your way
Bowl,
to Bell.
yeah, exactly. Yep.
Honestly, I think that.
Not that I get a voice in this matter, because I'm upstairs in the bed, but
In the end, you still do get a voice because this is everybody deciding where they want to go.
I set you
Okay,
down in
okay.
a wash basin. It's fine. You'll get sober in no time. Honestly, I would like to go to Bowel just because it is near the Treasure Sea.
Where are we going?
Here.
Making our way toward Bow.
Yep.
Bow.
So you're gonna go to the Frozen Isles and then towards the Bowl.
Okay.
Yeah, we could go to the city in the Frozen Isles and then go to Befron. I don't like the name Upturned Bowels. That sounds... sounds like someone had Taco Bell. Anyhow.
Alrighty. So yep. So you're all gonna tell Vault that you probably want to start heading towards the Frozen Isles?
Yeah. Okay, Vault, I think the group is in agreement. We wouldn't mind heading towards the Frozen Isles.
Okay, so you'd like to go south? Well,
Yeah.
I can get some jobs ready for you. However, I suggest maybe getting a boat.
Okay. Well, would we all be up to looking into that now, or would we want to do anything else here?
Would we
Yeah.
have time to do
It's not
anything
like-
else here?
Presumably not, looking at the pace that group is moving at.
Yeah. That's a fair point. Why don't we look for a boat now?
Yes.
Boat time! So, time to figure out how much a boat costs.
Alrighty, so you'd like to all go to the shipyard and do that, or you want
Yeah.
to go to the actual? Okay.
Why don't we
So-
go to the shipyard? Corvus is going. Should we bring Garavar?
You can wait it out until he feels better, and then take him with you.
Why
Which I
don't?
suggest so that it's a.
Well, why don't we
party
do
agreement.
that? Why don't we
Yeah.
do?
You're probably
Would that be a
strong enough to
long
carry
rest?
him on your back.
Yeah, but at the same time, that would like encumber me, so that if for some reason we came across some
Ne'er do
bad
wells.
people, some
You could draw me.
some reckless youths, I'd need to put down Garavar, hope they don't fucking kill him.
I get the
And
feeling if
then-
I was gonna die, my patron might do something to yank me away from certain death. I don't know though. Haven't put that to the test yet.
You
Do
have
you
not
want
put it to
to?
the test yet, no.
Do you want to put it to the test?
We could if I mean I don't get a choice in the matter. I'm drunk and passed out.
Okay, you know what? That makes me think of something. Captain, odds or evens?
I'll
Oh,
pick
no.
evens.
How
Good job.
How the fuck does this work? Slash R?
Slash
R
roll and then
space.
space. And then
There has to be a space between the R and the D,
Gotcha.
and then
slash
see the slash.
100.
There you go.
Oh,
Evens it
sweet.
is.
So you called evens?
Yep.
Okay, so I guess I'm bringing you with me.
There you go.
Okay, I'm gonna go grab Garavar. Y'all get ready.
It's
Corvus
not even gonna
just
be eventful.
carries Garavar. Is there like a symbol for carrying someone?
Whatever you want.
Possibly.
Yeah, honestly.
Male.
Let me export this real quick. Give me 1 second.
You letting me sleep?
Shut up, Garavar.
Where are we going anyway?
Maybe a
We're
strong
going to
man
buy a
symbol.
boat.
It's a
Why
strong man
a
symbol.
boat? I like
Because
boats.
we're leaving.
Why are we leaving? Careful, got slumps over your shoulder.
Alrighty.
Belt him in one of those child carriers.
Yeah.
Oh,
A little
dear.
stroller. Yeah, we could get a wheelbarrow.
You definitely could.
Or put him in a barrel and just roll it.
There you go. That won't be bad at
Motion
all.
sickness. Don't
Hi,
worry,
you're
it's
just
just a
doing a
little motion
warlock,
sickness.
aged for at least an hour in a finely oaken casket.
So, we gonna go buy a boat or what?
Either buy it or steal it, depending on the time frame.
Oh,
It's
I get the
fine.
odd feeling we're not gonna be able to afford to buy a boat.
I have a. Hey, you never know. I think together we're kind of loaded. So like.
Yeah, it should be.
Yeah, that comes across to like 1,000 gold. Oh,
Yeah,
none
something
of
like
us have
that.
more than 100. Oh,
That's if we're buying our own boat. We would probably be like just
We could be
buying
passengers on
passage.
the boat.
Corvus is in favor of buying their own boat.
It might not be an option on the table, friend.
Well, we'll see.
We might want to have to stick around and do a job to buy a boat.
Well, we don't exactly have time.
Okay. So let me quickly be checking. Just paste some people down here.
Hasty people.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Just putting some people down.
Shit, I bet I know where we could get some more gold.
Notice that.
I'm
bank?
fairly certain the owner of the glass elixir has his gold hidden away somewhere.
Oh
Isn't
yeah.
that like a crime scene now?
Maybe they've left it though.
We could also like.
Are we
Rob-
walking by the glass elixir on the
I'm
way?
just saying.
I
That's
mean,
all.
we could
No,
also
I'm
rob
asking
the Lone
DM,
Star
I'm asking the
Times.
DM, will we pass by the elixir on the way to the
No,
shipyard?
that's further
Technically, no.
north.
Yeah.
It's like northeast of the Naughty Gnome.
But there, we did have to go kind of west to get to the gate to get to the docks. Anyway, it might be nearby.
It's not, because it's further north than the Naughty Gnome. It's like northeast from the Naughty Gnome. You need to go over a few bridges just to get up there.
Mm.
Hmm.
I'm starting to get like
Oh.
a mental image of the map. Oh, Chadworth! Look at that
Oh
jaw!
my god!
Ooh,
That
that's
jaw
a
can cut
muscular
fucking
right
steel.
there.
So
that-
goddamn sharp.
No, that
Holy
jaw
shit!
can cut diamonds.
Chiseled. Okay, where are we entering?
Ooh, we got some cool music playing.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
At what point do I get to play drunk?
Copyright.
What are you talking about? We're just bumming.
Oh,
Mute,
yeah.
mute the stream.
You're talking about Disney here.
Mute the stream. Sorry,
So
guys,
I'm
you can't hear this now.
keep
You're
putting
gonna
the
have
wrong.
to.
I need to actually just change this. Hold on. Because every time I mean to go do it, and then I'm like, wait, this is the wrong one. Oh, I have so many tokens.
So, boats, am I right?
Oh,
Indeed.
I'm honored that I'm the one singled out by Emmy as Jack Sparrow in this dynamic.
I mean, you're the one who's like, where's the rum gone?
Why is the rum gone?
Where's the rum gone? Where's the rum gone? Or why is the rum gone?
I got a job done. I got a job done.
I got a job dead. I got a job dead.
And your thoughts inside it.
Objection, hearsay.
Oh my god.
oh dear.
So, shall we, investigate getting a boat?
Renting a boat or passage,
Well,
not buying
Let's
a
see what
boat.
we can do before we go saying what we're going to do.
Never said we were gonna do anything.
Or rather, y'all can. I don't want to go swimming, though.
A good thing you're not.
Corvus is gonna go
Swimming
over
is not an
to-
option. Don't worry.
That's
Corvus
the
is gonna go
water
over to
right
this.
there. That's
Actually,
where we're going.
could you guys look after Garibah for me? I'm going to set him down. Just
What?
sets them down here where I'm standing.
Please tell me you plot me like a body that you've got over your shoulder in Red Dead 2. We just kind of chuck him in here.
I'll just place you on the ground.
Hey, alright.
Garver becomes a floating, spinning item to collect on the ground.
Like the full size of the avatar, but it's just spinning on the ground.
Corvus
It's
is gonna make his
two-dimensional.
way over to this guy
Yeah,
since he
yeah, like a
seems to
Minecraft.
be the one in charge of things that isn't a guard. Excuse me, sir. We are looking for some kind of transportation over to the Frozen Isles and then over into Bowel, but we can sort that out when we're in the Frozen Isles if need be. Would you happen to have a way for us to do that?
So the individual, he seems to be commanding some men on top of this boat here that are making a boat from hand. And he turns around and he kind of like, he has one of his eyes shut, although it's not like he's like blind or anything. He's just holding it shut because he can, and he kind of looks you up and down for a second, before going. You want a boat?
Yes. I would
How much
like a
money
boat.
you got?
How much money does it cost?
Depends how much money you got.
Wow.
How does it depend on the money we have? Should the boats not be at a fixed price? Are you going to charge us more because we're wealthy?
However much money you got tells me how much supplies I need to build you a boat.
I'm gonna step in. We're not building a boat. He's not buying a boat. We're looking for a boat that happens to be going to the Frozen Isles?
Mm-hmm.
That
I asked about a boat going to the Frozen Isles, but no one said anything.
I think you got it mistaken. Ain't nobody go to the Frozen Isles. You go there yourself.
Oh joy.
Okay, gang. Oh, excuse me while I talk to my friends then.
So you don't know anyone who happens to be going, not necessarily by boat, but even by other means.
Nope.
Okay.
Sad.
How much gold do we have?
Can I investigate the shipyard really quick just to see
Building
if,
a
like,
boat is going to take months.
You looking for health code violations?
Yeah, just tell me what you're looking for.
just to see like if there are any group of sailors preparing a ship to set sail.
I see
Alright.
where this is going.
Oh god.
Go ahead.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna switch to
Man.
skills.
Oh, I see what you're doing there, Asha. It's a very good idea.
This may or may not be good, but this is a normal roll. Gotcha!
That's a pretty good
Ooh.
roll.
That's a nat 20, so so yeah, there is quite a few different boats. Most of them look like maybe like rowboats just going from one place to another part of Essenbury via the I do believe it's a Lake of Saloon. I'm pretty sure it's what's called. I can't
The
quite
Bay of
remember.
Saloon.
Yeah, Bay of Saloon, that's what it is. So they go across the Bay of Saloon back and forth. There is about two different boats. One seems to be full of gruff older gentlemen, all seeming maybe like it's a fishing boat, perhaps. And the other seems less like it's gonna go somewhere, and more like it's just pulled in.
Hmm.
Don't tell me we're stealing a boat.
Do either of them are either of them armed? The boats.
I would assume the fishing boat is not armed.
Yeah. I
Yes.
mean, you never know.
I mean, they have normal things to protect themselves in some situations, but they aren't armed to a point where, like, they could cause serious harm. They're just normal
Yeah.
people that were fishing.
Gotcha.
Or planning to go fishing, anyways.
What about the other one?
The other one just pulled in. They look more like they might cause damage if you tried to, like, mess with them, but they look like they maybe just came back from sailing somewhere. They all look pretty tired.
What are
I
the
was more
colors
so
of the
talking
flag?
about the ship.
I'm sorry?
What are the colors of the flag? Of their flag?
The older gentleman has one that's like a blue, like a navy blue, and the other one's like a black color. The
Black
one that
means
just pulled
that-
in.
Well, black is usually associated with pirates or lawlessness, as well as in actual maritime stuff. I know that black, I believe, is like it's either yellow. I believe is plague. I believe black is
Black's usually the sail, the pirate
hostility.
flag. That's the one they put on. They're going to destroy whatever they encounter.
Yeah, that's hostility.
That's not raiding. Raiding would be red. Like black
Yeah,
means they're out
raiding
to
is red.
destroy.
Black is they are out for blood to kill.
Yeah.
Are there any
So-
like symbols or flags, or it's just
The black one
straight
seems to have a octopus of some sort on it, and the blue one seems to have a seal of like a
Wait a minute.
navy seal.
Could Corvus roll history on the boat with the black flag?
Sure.
Let me. Whip that.
These don't look like anybody you know. These people look like they just are like pirate. I wouldn't say pirates. They're more just kind of like people who aren't the greatest of people, but
Gotcha.
you don't know them though.
Okay, so anyone else? How much gold do you have? If you could put it in chat.
Let me check out.
What are we doing the gold for again?
See if
Seeing
you
if we
can
can
all-
buy a boat.
Yep.
I had 100 and
I have 75, but that doesn't mean I'm going to give all of it or say exactly who I would have.
Oh. Same on that note.
What the hell?
That would be
Albrand
Alibrand.
loaded.
He
Alibrand is
is a
red?
navy. He is Navy.
Alibrand's in the Navy.
Yep, he is a very high rank of the Queen's Navy.
Okay. Well, there's a few things we could try here. We could either try and utilize.
If Navy man, then why no Navy boat?
Because he was brought here by somebody else, it does not mean that he gets his own boat.
So
poor papa.
we could see if we could buy a boat. We could see if Alibrand could pull some strings for us, or see we could talk to the pirates. Which
feel like
we
if
do
they're
have a buccaneer owl.
I feel like if they were genuine pirates, they
I'm a
wouldn't be docked here.
sawsbuckler, and that does not mean I'm a pirate.
A swashbuckler is a pirate.
No.
No,
Pirates can be
swashbuckler
swashbucklers.
they're
Swashbucklers
good
are not necessarily
with
pirates.
one-on-one.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah,
the squares and rectangles thing.
That's fucking
But
bullshit.
I also feel like if these were genuine Oscar pirates, they would not be docked here.
Yeah.
I mean,
They seem more like morally questionable independent sailors.
Because
if they're
I
morally
assumedly,
questionable, they'll probably do stupid shit.
yeah, because
Maybe.
assumedly a city like this would not accept pirates. That might just be my
Yeah,
guess.
no,
but
that's a good one right there. So, what do we want to look into first? I believe. is the
Well, let's look
question.
into see if we can buy a boat.
Yeah. Okay.
And-
Oh my
Altogether,
God.
you have 404 gold pieces. That's from everybody who put something in.
Yeah.
I'm
Asha,
I'm
how
not
much
saying
do
I'm
you-
going to contribute all of it.
Yeah, I know, but
Oh, I forgot to add Garabar, so technically it's 445.
5.
is that also Asha? Oh yeah, no.
Asha
Right.
has 1 gold piece.
Oh yeah, because you bought the.
I bought the double-bladed skimmy.
Okay, so we have about 440 odd gold coins between the lot of us, and we aren't necessarily in the market to use all of it. So what could we get for around that price?
He kind of like glances over at a piece of paper and it's like,
Was that
I
say
can get you a
something?
pretty average boat that could hold at least 10 people.
Hmm.
However, that alone would cost you about 400.
And how long would it take to build?
He looks back at his paper and I just got to get it out of storage.
Oh, thank God.
So, few hours.
Oh,
Gotcha.
Of course, this is all the gold up front.
I understand. Let me talk to the rest of the group and see if we're all in agreement on said price. Okay, everyone. They seem to want to sell it to us for around 400 exactly up front. It would take about a few hours to get the ship, so who here is in
Did you
favor?
ask
Who here
if
is
it's
against?
seaworthy enough to get us to where we want to go?
Well, I think the boat is going to be ours. Buy it.
Yeah, the boat will be yours. So whatever happens after, that's up to you.
Yes,
I think
but
they're
is
more asking like if the boat is going to be able to traverse where we're going.
Well,
because
Corvus,
frozen isles, probably frozen seas.
Also,
Corvus,
do any of us know how to actually?
I
uh,
do.
Oh,
I was getting there.
Yeah, does anyone have a vehicle?
I was getting there.
Technically 2 people. So Corvus
Technically.
and Alabran can both do.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, I forgot we have
water.
Halberd.
Same.
yeah.
He is
I
Most
have
of them
that.
are.
I have navigator's tools and all that
Yeah.
stuff.
Between them and then us having hands, we could probably get it going.
Yeah.
Mostly.
One of
Yeah,
us could be the
I think
captain,
the
the other could be the
concern was
first mate, the rest of you are crew.
I think the concern was more like the difficulties of frozen seas. Will the ship be able to sail
withstand.
through
Endure.
frozen seas?
Hmm.
To our
There's gonna be a hazard to that whatever boat you take, so that's a question to
Yeah.
ask, but kind of an irrelevant point. You know, if you're gonna go that
Yeah.
route, it's going to be dangerous.
If you're gonna go that route, it's more about if your people manning the ship are competent enough to make it not dangerous. That's the thing. At that point, it's no longer up to the ship. It's about us. And I don't think a ship.
We
and I
have
don't-
2 of us are good with water vehicles, and the rest are just going to what? Break the ice before the ship gets through?
And you pull
Man
a
the
rope-
rest of the points on the ship. There's a lot to do on a ship. Have y'all ever played Sea of Thieves?
No.
I have. It's
There
great.
is plenty that can be done so long as one and especially 2 people know what to do on a ship.
The rest of
With-
y'all just need to know how to follow orders.
Yeah, with people to follow those orders, you can get things done. It's better for people to know all those things, but it can be done. And I'm saying that from a D&D experience. I've seen it happen before.
How long is this ship been in storage?
That's a fair question we should ask.
Because I think answering that question would bring better light to the concern that I was just talking about.
Okay, excuse me again, sir. My group has a few questions. So,
Why don't we all move over there?
yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
Alabran.
y'all just chose to stay over there.
You said to watch over Garavar.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that you couldn't bring him with
Garavar's
you.
doing.
Where is Garavar right now?
You can leave me there. It's okay. I finally got comfortable.
Okay, so first off, how long has the ship been in storage? And second off, would it be at all feasible, even with a few experienced people in the naval side of things, that it would be possible to traverse the icy waters near the frozen isles?
The ship is in great condition as long as you're not running into icicles.
Jetties.
Icicles.
Here, Asha gives like a pointed. See?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that we're gonna run into a fucking iceberg.
I'm sorry to admit it, but you can work around it, but it's not like any boat can just go through.
Yeah, no, I had thought as much, and I was trying to explain that to these lovely people, but they didn't seem to get the message. Anyhow, thank you very much for your time. So, what would we want to do?
I'm not a fan of boats, but this is pretty much our only option.
Yeah. Unless we have some other magical means of escaping the city that is yet to be brought to light.
We could try the portal.
God. Yeah, someone go over there and crawl into the portal one after the other.
Look.
It's gotta go somewhere else.
When other means are mentioned, I'm just gonna like open my wings a little bit.
Oh, great! You can carry all of us then, right?
No, I never said that.
Never mind. Other means is me meta. Garavar's not saying shit right now. Except for the occasional. This plank is
Honestly, we could try that portal if we really felt like it, but I don't think that's a very safe idea.
No.
Yes, we have nowhere where it.
probably portal to hell.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind that. So, our two options currently seem to be, we either pay 400 for a ship, or we steal a ship. Either way, we still have the same crew, about the same ship, and that's about all. One ship just is already here and doesn't cost us anything other than a potential bit of bloodshed and some notoriety around town.
Some
then the
might be an
other-
I like that we're
understatement.
still saying this within earshot of the guy that you're talking about buying a boat.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Turn your ears off, sir.
Facepalm.
So,
We also have to
We
consider
are really good at this.
buying provisions and supplies for the ship,
Yeah, it
unless
probably
it
costs you
comes
depending on what you got.
already inside.
sir, would the ship be stocked when we bought it, or would we need to buy our own supplies?
It's just a boat.
You could try to haggle those. Say like, listen, for that price, throw in a few rations. We might call it a deal. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Well,
As Garavar
I
speaks
hate
through
to
eyes.
say it, but
That's actually pretty cheap for a
It's
ship, to
incredibly
be
cheap for a
honest.
boat.
no, I hate to say it. One, that's already insanely cheap, and two, my persuasion is a -1.
Ah.
Imagine having a charisma that is above 9. Couldn't be me.
Imagine having a charisma. That is shit. So, unless anyone else would like to wheel and deal this guy, I think it seems like we're gonna have to try and steal a ship.
I have a +2 in persuasion.
Then why don't you go on ahead?
Yeah, why did I say anything? All right. So we're trying to get the ship that is already at a cheap price and provisions.
Yes.
I did not make a face character. I don't do talky characters because talking is fucking hard.
Yeah, Asha isn't really a social person anyway. So
Mine
that'd be-
mostly just observes and tries to catch things.
Well, that's great. The only one who's good at socializing is
I am
passed
not.
out.
Yeah, you kind of didn't give me a chance there.
They're full. All right, Asha will.
I mean,
Yeah,
how long has it been since they passed out, and how long will it take for the liquor to wear off?
That's an hour at the most, maybe.
Yeah.
As a
It's
business
gonna take a little bit of time for it
the,
to.
the option we had was, hey, do we sit and wait for Garvar to sober up, or just fucking take him? And we're like, yeah, we'll fucking take him.
Hey, we rolled, okay? We rolled a D100 for that shit. It had 50 chances to be an odd number, and it wasn't.
Had a 1 and 2. Yeah, you flip the coin. It's fine.
Yeah.
I flipped a 100-sided coin.
Yeah, but you're
Get
only
it right.
taking a look at like half of the results.
Yeah.
That's how evens and odds works.
Yeah, I know.
It doesn't matter how many sides are on this coin.
But it does to me. I took
Technically
a
speaking,
I
a coin
aced
is
the probability
technically
and
always more likely to land on heads than tails.
Technically speaking, no.
Yeah.
Because it has two sides, so there can only be two outcomes. Granted, in a binomial distribution, it depends on how big your sample size is at that point. But if you were
Statistics
to iterate-
nerd.
Shut the fuck
Generally
up.
speaking, there's more weight on the tail side of a coin than on the head side, so it's more likely.
I'm just reading
Yes,
chat.
Wait,
that
that
is
side.
true, but at the same time, there are only two outcomes, and if you were to do 1,000 iterations of flipping a coin, or even 1,000,000 iterations of
You'd
flipping
come up
a
with
coin,
like
it would be
505
pretty
heads.
Yeah, so it would be slightly more, but that means
Yeah.
that it's pretty much 50-50 at that point, due to the number of samples that you've given. In a sample of like 3, yeah, sure, you might get 7 heads in a row, but at the same time, the probability stays the same because there's only 2 outcomes. Anyways, enough of me ranting about probability and statistics.
Can we get the vote?
Okay.
My
Asha,
God,
you got-
Raptor,
you
pull
gonna-
some hoodoo magic and let me go talk to this guy for God's sake.
Goodness.
We
All right,
so
argued
need for
for
Hoodoo.
about 1 hour.
Let me appeal to the DM for some meta magic here to get me out of this shit.
You know what? I'm going to go over to the water. I'm going to
Take a piss.
no. I'm sure I have a cup or a pouch or something, and I'm just going to get like a whole bunch of it, and I'm just going to dump it on Garvar's face to try and sober him up.
I mean, you know,
Maybe add like a
wait a
slap
minute,
taste
guys.
given how strong this alcohol was. that it
I
just
have an
needs-
idea.
I don't
Because
know,
I'm thinking the
first-
cold's going to shock him.
Okay, I have an idea. We could gamble.
Oh my God.
Oh.
You
Either
want to
that or
gamble with
you
the
can-
only gold we have?
I never said gamble with the gold.
Or you could just roll another Constitution to see if you can get out of it with that DC 14.
Okay,
Okay, do that.
You
Do
can,
that.
sure.
Let's see. Nat 20,
Hell yeah.
baby!
There you
I just
go,
want to
yeah.
imagine.
Let's go!
I want to
Just
imagine.
snaps awake like, huh?
I want to imagine that we're all talking. It's like very obviously that we're trying to like go like, oh no, we need to haggle him, or should we steal it? And all of a sudden, Garavar he's like all like on his back, but just holds up a finger, like guys, let me take care of this. And stands up, brushes himself off, like nothing happened, just walks.
Oh,
Literally
Garavar,
having
you're
to listen to
finally
these
awake.
people talk this way and struggle to haggle with this guy snapped me out of my drunken stupor.
But, yeah,
Oh,
he
Garavar,
can't
you're
afford to
finally
be drunk
awake.
anymore.
Can you please take this off of our hands?
Give me the gold, please.
Okay.
Now then.
This
Excuse
guy
me,
fucking
sir.
witnesses a zombie rise and start walking up to it.
I'm gonna broach the shipwright, I guess is what this guy would be.
Yep.
Excuse me, good sir.
Yes.
I understand my friends have been negotiating with you thus far. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Garavar. Who do I have the pleasure of speaking and dealing with today?
Where's Garavar's token?
Oh, I'll put it back. My bad.
He is invisible.
Invisivar.
There we go.
Invarsible.
Boom. There we go.
Garavisible.
Kini Visco.
Thank you, man. There we go. Keen Visco. Okay.
Kini Visco.
Mr.
Ah, that's
Visco,
one letter off of Visca.
tell me, how long ago did you finalize and craft the ship that we're trying to purchase from you today?
A few months ago, maybe 2
Months.
2 months. Yep.
I'm going to take a stab in the dark here. Tell me if I'm incorrect. Someone approached you, wishing to invest in a second ship for their fleet. And something along the lines of when they realized the quality of the ship that they were going to receive upon completion of this job, they backed out. They thought it wasn't what they wanted, and now you're stuck with it, and you are trying to get your money out of this, correct?
Yeah.
Tell me something. You've had no luck. I imagine you've had one person offer you a ridiculously low bid for less than your material cost for this ship since you've built it. Am I somewhere along the right lines here?
All right. Yeah.
Tell me what your material costs were for this ship. I imagined it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 220 gold.
No.
No? Well, I've been wrong before. I'm not a shipbuilder. Tell me how much you had to pay in order to have the ship constructed to begin with.
353 gold coins.
How about you and I come to a deal? We need to acquire supplies before we can even consider sailing the ship, but we do want to buy this. It's something that would serve our purposes far better than yours taking up room in some back port. I'll pay you 360 gold for that ship, and you help us to acquire some supplies. Food, provisions, the sort. And we'll all walk away feeling much more satisfied after a long and arduous endeavor.
We should probably specify how many people we need feeding, because
We'll cross
two of
that
these
bridge when we
people
get there.
don't eat.
Okay, so roll persuasion.
Can I get anything to help me out there?
You have inspiration. No, it
just-
doesn't.
No, I know. But I haggle the fuck out of this. Can I get anything?
Is there any way for me to just like project inspiration onto someone else?
I mean, you could try to like give him, a boost and like kind of,
I have
help
somebody's
him
inspiration.
Yeah, like if you try to like,
Take my inspiration.
yeah. So like, so for example, have Corvus also chime in and do something which would then gain it to advantage.
It would also be rather fair, since it did only take 353 gold coins for you to build the ship, that if you are charging us 400 for a ship that was so low quality that the original buyer didn't want it. I know, I'm not calling a craft low quality, I'm just saying they were looking for higher. So it obviously
They were
was
looking
up
for
to
something
par.
more along the standard lines, like what you're constructing in front of us here now. And I think we can all agree that at this point, it has proven to be more of a thorn in the side than a successful business venture. But we can help get you out of the hole you're in right now.
Not only does it cost money to keep it in that storage, it also doesn't make you any money there, because no one wants it. So if you were to lower the price to the cost of the materials, and then perhaps help us use the rest of the 50 for supplies and provisions for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 individuals in our crew that require
I would say
8,
like.
well, no, there aren't 8, because the thing is that
We
me and
have
Dravis
Panther, we have the
Yeah,
Seer,
2 of our crewmates
Gran,
don't eat.
Asha, Travis. Yeah, that's 8, my guy.
So 2 less would be 6.
I'm a machine.
And I'm a fucking undead skeleton.
Okay, so we only need provisions for 6 people.
Alright, I think we've made our case. We have chimed in multiple people. Well, how do I roll this, DM?
So yeah, it would be persuasion with advantage.
Thank you. Did it not roll a second time? Oh, it did, okay. That's an
Yep,
18.
So 18.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, come on,
Yeah.
you rolled against it?
No, actually, I was doing it to see if he would actually, if it was high enough than my DC, then I was going to say, then yes, he will agree to it.
Ah, okay. I was about to say, come on. After
Nope.
all that, you're gonna roll against us, dang.
No, I was rolling to make sure. If it was lower than a 15, then I was going to say he'd say no, but
Oh, thank
that's
God.
why I added a +5 because you had advantage. So
Thank God. So then, do we have a deal?
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So what gold price are you offering him?
360.
400 total as a bundle. That would get us all the provisions we would need and the ship itself.
Okay.
And this ship can take us to more than one place as well.
Granted, we have to do it ourselves, though.
Yeah,
Yeah.
granted, but we could perhaps invest in a crew at some point.
And two of us can also fly around the ship a bit easier.
Yeah.
Mhm.
2 of you can fly, 2 of us know how to pilot the ship.
I can teleport. I haven't showed anybody that yet.
Shut the... Well, it would have been nice to know. If you can teleport long distances, that would have been absolutely lovely, but you know...
It's a max of 30 feet.
Oh, save your demon portals for yourself, I see, okay.
It's
whatever.
demon shadows.
My bad. Okay, anyways, boat time.
Oh, then you can fetch the ship. We'll complete the transaction once it's here and we can see it.
So, altogether, so it'd be 400 altogether, if I'm correct?
Yep.
All right. So how are we splitting this up?
Yeah, so how are you going to split it? I will say that Alabran will give at least 100 of his. So you only need to make up for 300 now.
I will give 70.
Um,
I'll give every penny. 41 gold pieces.
hang on, let me do some math.
I think we'll have to give all of our gold if Albrand isn't pitching in the full 140.
Yeah, because we were about 40 over 100, about 40 over
Yeah.
400. So
We were at
gonna need to give
445, and if
everything.
they're taking 40 back, that only leaves us with 5 to spare.
Yeah.
Damn.
I really liked having 76 gold.
It's like, that's all I have. I don't have no change.
I mean, yeah, no, I loved having 72 gold myself, but you know...
And I still haven't gotten a chance to buy a magical item either.
Makes me wish I hadn't spent 19 gold on a drink.
That knocked you the fuck out.
Yep.
And almost made it just not work out.
Almost tanked the whole fucking mission, yeah.
You're not thinking about the team, are you, Gary?
Hey, I got it done, didn't I?
Yeah, you're right.
Miraculously.
Okay, so...
And it was a good drink. You're right, Emmy.
Are we...
I go listen to haters. That was a good drink.
Are we okay with all of this?
We don't really got much of a choice as of right now.
I mean, we could try to give them fake gold.
How on earth
sorry?
did we get
This
fake
cannot
gold?
work.
I don't know.
Load
With
a
high
bag
enough
copper
sleight of
pieces
hand, it's
gold.
possible.
Oh god. Just give him a piece of gold, don't actually put it in his hand, then give him the same piece of gold again. Like, yeah. He's like, what?
Well, if you
It's
give them a
one
bunch
gold.
of bags, they're probably not going to check every one of them.
Yeah,
So,
can't
do we
wait.
feel...
For the record, I'm not on board with doing that. I'm just saying if you were going to do that, that would be the way to do it.
So, are we...
I have a question. Is it possible to make gold with alchemist supplies or no?
I mean, the whole idea of alchemy is that you could turn copper and coal into gold, so...
Yeah, but I think
you-
you'd have to be like highly skilled
Yeah.
proficient with it to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am proficient with alchemy.
Well, there's also the highly skilled aspect of it.
Yeah.
Like, that's a high level player thing to do to turn stuff
Yeah.
into gold.
Yeah.
I mean, you're a whopping level 4.
Alright, just throwing it out there.
So,
We could consider bartering some things before we leave to help offset some of the costs, depending on what everybody's got. But
I
you
have
know, that's
absolutely nothing.
that's dipping in everybody's items, you know.
I mean, do you think... How much do you think a hobgoblin head that's currently...
So
a pile of
shriveled up.
mush- Honestly, could I, like, embalm this thing and make it like a shrunken head?
I could cheat somebody. I could temporarily hand them my blade, haggle with them, sell it, and then when I move away, I'll be able to resummon it.
Oh
Womp.
god.
You could... So, we're suddenly, like, going really into, like, conning people, and I'm so here for it.
That is what my character does.
I am also in favor of conning people, because it's funny.
I mean, Visca can also literally just make small objects out of their mana,
Oh!
even though it's very clearly just a magical substance. Like
But
it
is
is a textureless material that just faintly glows purple.
Oh, gotcha.
Mainly glows purple, you say? could sell it as platinum pieces.
We could, honestly.
Or electrum, excuse me, not platinum. I think electrum's purple anyway. Let's see.
I think electric is like
It's got kind of a silvery nickel look to it.
but no, it is literally like a pastel purple.
Oh, like it's...
Like it's very clearly a magic thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
And they say the viscous sculpts aren't permanent. Like they're permanent until viscous sculpts them into something else.
Tell you what. We aren't told this guy go and get the ship ready. We'll come back and buy it. One way or another. We got a little time to play with. What do we think we could do with a few more hours before we have to come buy the ship and move on?
If there's any other job we could do to earn a quick bit more cash.
I was about to say we could try to squeeze in one of those jobs, depending on how quick we think we could pull one of them off. Even if it's not the greatest paying, it's something to put gold back in our pockets.
So, one of them is faking someone's death.
That's going
One
to
of
take some
them-
planning.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
would take a
another
little time.
one is
Replacing a goblet.
debt collecting, and then the other one is replacing a goblet, but the big massive owl in our group seems to have a very strong opinion about fucking with the church.
You don't fuck with gods.
I tell you what,
God
we
can
could
shove
probably
that
handle the
goblet
debt
somewhere.
collection fairly quickly once we get to it.
I mean, it also depends on where the debt collection is, because they never necessarily said that it was immediately within Esamary.
I
What
thought
was
that was
the
when we said those jobs were in Esamary.
Well,
They're
Like,
close to Samaria and such, yeah.
close to Esamary.
Yeah. Some of them are in Esmery, some of them are close by.
Yeah. So if it's within, we need to know if it's within Esamary, and if it is, we could do it. If it's not, I don't think we'd have to.
At the
Can
very
someone yell-
least,
Can someone yell for Vault? They'll show up in a minute.
Vault!
You all have papers that she handed you.
Okay, great. That makes
At
a lot
the very
easier.
least, even if we don't have those jobs like available to do in this time span, we can just work on getting our gold back after we get the boat.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. We could also, but everyone seems to be so begrudging, so that's why I'm trying to think of alternative solutions, because everyone's so materialistic.
I mean, I'll say it for the sake of saying it. I'm willing to go without gold, even if we get some back, just to help offset some of what everybody else is having
Yeah.
to give. Because there's some folks that don't want to give any more gold than they have to, and at this rate, we'll have to give every penny,
Yeah.
for lack of a
Yeah.
better term. All right, well, I'll tell you what. Based on the paperwork, what can we discern about where some of these jobs are? Then, let's look at specifically maybe the debt collection first.
So the debt collection is definitely within Esmery.
Could we go to
Yay.
the map?
It is a noble.
It's a noble.
It's a
Yep.
noble, so they're probably going to be guarded.
Yes, it is a noble. Faking the death of Lion Lash, that's a friend who's being hunted by soldiers. Or you could retrieve the body of Truman. He died by mysterious ways, and he's away from Esmery. He's not close by.
So no,
Uh,
not that one.
And steal and
Known that-
replace the goblet is from the church within Esmery.
I feel like the church is probably the easiest one.
I hate to say, but I agree.
I want no part of this.
Especially with such, because like I have decent sleight of hand, so like
But the debt collection would also be the biggest payout, I think, if I remember correctly.
it was 71 gold pieces a person if we
Yeah.
succeeded.
And that's
Upon
because it's
succeeding.
a noble.
The
Yeah.
thing is that we
So it
don't
won't be
nec-
easy.
Yeah, so the thing is that we don't necessarily need to be. We could also ask them to just like hold the ship for us.
Hey, I've
like,
got an idea
actually,
for how to swap
what
out the
we could
goblet,
do-
actually.
Yeah, no, so do 'cause I have a few ideas of my own.
I can go invisible.
Yeah, I mean,
The
what's your
thing is,
sleight
you
of
also have to replace it. It
Yeah.
isn't just
But-
slighting it, so you need to
I
find a way
know.
to replace it as well.
I mean, actually, you could use that demon portal voodoo magic. Put a portal under the goblet, and then we could like portal
Demon
to
portal magic? Who do you think could do portal magic?
You. You said that you
No.
can teleport.
I can teleport with Misty
Oh.
Step. As
Oh,
in,
you- oh,
shadows
yeah.
envelop me and I port over to another point.
Gotcha. I thought we were talking about like you placed down a portal and just went. "Ooh."
It's like those cartoons again. Just like take like a big hole out of your pocket.
Yeah, you know? casually pulls a Bugs
Okay,
Bunny hole out of my ass, you know?
Okay, so here's what we. Okay, so here's what we could do to give us a bit more time to play with. We could pay it up front, right here, right now, once they have the ship out of storage.
Yeah, that way, whenever he gets it, and it's here, you know?
That way, we own the ship immediately, and then we just need to make our gold back. And then what we can do from there is we can go do the job. And we could do the noble one if we wanted to. It's either that or we steal from the church, quickly get it over with, come back here, pay, get out. Because no one ever really said that we needed to spend, like, no more than that time. We just said that's how long it's going to take to get the boat.
Yeah. I'm guessing that we are estimating sometime tomorrow that group will probably hit the city, huh?
Yeah.
Based on the reports we're receiving.
Okay.
Well, close by
probably got-
anyway.
So we probably got
What time
till
is it
sometime in the
currently?
night into the morning.
I'd say it's almost dinner time, so almost like 6-ish.
Okay, so we'd probably have about 6 hours to execute the job, because I'm
We've got
assuming
time
they'd
to try to
attack
work their
during
job
the night.
quickly, get on the ship, and get out.
Do we think that we could do this job in 6 hours?
I think we could successfully sneak in and swap a goblet with 6
I think
hours.
we could do that. Okay, time to fuck with God.
Am clearly uncomfortable.
You got a better idea?
Don't fuck with gods.
I mean, if you're cool with just giving over every gold piece we've got, then yeah, we can go right now. No problem.
You also seemed very keen on keeping your gold, so we're just trying to offer you alternatives, you big owl.
I mean, I guess that's what we're saying. If the party's cool with just going, we could do it without having to try to squeeze in any other jobs, which at this point,
Yeah.
we're down to 2, one of which is quite risky and may not be such an easy job to do.
I mean, what's the consequences if this goblet just is noticed? Like, what's the worst that can happen besides getting smitten?
Karma.
Besides getting smited by a god, you know? I
I
don't
ain't
know.
afraid of God.
I think you should be. I think it's your age as a warforged that's blinding you to that hazard. Either way, though, I don't see many other alternatives here if we want to get go before we leave, huh?
So,
Anybody got better ideas?
Then I'm purely going to be lookout. I am not stepping foot in the church while you do this.
Fair enough. I can help.
what if we just blow up the church?
Oh, my
No.
God. Alrighty. So then, we weren't given a goblet to replace it with, were we?
No. And we
Not
had a
yet,
goblet, and then Draviska just gave it away.
Look, Vault said that she had a goblet she wanted you to replace it with, which I assume will
Okay.
be provided if we accepted that job. The
Okay,
goblet
fair
we
enough.
had was about the one that Visca found in the hollow place, which
I mean-
is not the perfect false recreation that Vault wanted us to replace it with. So don't go blaming me for selling something I got.
Yeah.
Wow.
And also, to be fair,
Okay.
we're not going to have an exact replica. I'm sure the whole reason we're taking this thing and trying to replace it is the fact that it's a rather ornate one, if I had to guess. So either way, we're probably not realistically getting away with replacing it.
Yeah.
We could, however, meet the terms of our contract and replace it temporarily.
Hmm.
I could leave an illusionist place. If anybody wants to complain about it, we could tell them, hey, look, you didn't say how long it had to be replaced for. You said replace it. I did. Now pay up or I'll keep the goblet.
That's fair.
I don't see a better option than that, unless
So we're
anybody
gonna...
else knows how to craft a goblet real quick, you know?
But at the same time, we're also gonna be... Wait a minute. I got smithing tools.
How long is
I
it going
bought
to take you
smithing
to
tools
make
from
a
the shop.
goblet?
I
Okay,
don't
but
fucking know.
Admiral, didn't Vault say that they had a replacement they wanted us to swap it with?
No, technically all they said is that they wanted somebody to take and replace it. That's it.
Oh, I thought Vault said that they had
I
something they
believe
wanted
they
to
did
replace
say
it.
that they
Okay.
had one.
Right.
Huh.
Okay then, so... That's gonna be hard to do since we no longer have a goblet. It should be temporary, which I guess we could still try and swindle Vault, but at the same time we'd then only be swindling the person who is the only person giving us jobs.
I thought that we had it.
So, at this point, it's just looking like we need to hand over every penny, or swindle
case,
the person that we're close with.
I have done some calculations too. If everyone contributes this amount, then we'll people that had the most taking some off from people that have the highest. That looks like that will equal to 400. So basically, Corvus, Kim, and Visca contributing less than the full amount, less than their full amount. This is Dan's most, and that's more.
What?
Because we have 5, or the total we have available to contribute is 5 more than 400. It's like a total of 5 out of the 3 highest contributors. And to put it in general and Discord.
Yeah,
Okay, so
that would leave
everyone else
technically
penniless.
Lysier and Asha not getting a coin back, which granted I would swap at Lysier to make people feel a little better. Or hell, Asha, if Asha gets picked back, I don't know. Yerbor's willing to go all in on it and just roll without gold for a bit.
No, because I'm saying no,
We could
what I
try
did was take the total of 5 gold pieces out of the 3 top contributors, so they're not like contributing everything when everyone else has less than they do.
But that's not math. Because if you're only taking 5 from the richest, then everyone else needs to pay up.
It's the same math as following. Okay, take all 405, pay the 400, give a gold piece back to each of the 5 that contributed the most. We're saying the same thing, just a different way of saying it.
Yeah.
You're saying take it out before, I'm saying take it out and then give it back after.
Yeah, so at that point... Do you want to rob the church? Because we're kind of getting stuck here, and
Yeah, we're going in circles.
We've literally been going in circles for like the past.
Was it said in the paper how much it is cost us to pop the goblet?
Yeah, how much are we getting paid for the goblet?
Let me check. Hold on.
It's also on another note, Visca can recreate the goblet that they made, that they sold to Vault with mana, so it will take on. It will physically be the same thing, just very visually not the same thing. So you can replace it with something.
I mean, yeah, I don't think it was specifically said that the goblet had to match the goblet swapping precisely, just that we're swapping the goblet.
Yeah.
Yep, no, all that was still in replace.
That was what I was kind of getting to, was like, we're being tasked with replacing it. Nobody said it had to be an exact match, but then if we start getting picky about how we execute that, we technically risk alienating Vault if it's not done like how they wanted it done.
Yeah.
But if we're going to get picky about the wording of it anyway, then what does it matter?
I think since I misheard something, because I thought Vault said that they had a replacement they wanted to swap it with. That's why I was so okay with selling the goblet in the first place. I'm like, oh, they're gonna provide something to swap it with. Okay, so I could sell this one.
Another thing, you got 5 gold pieces for that goblet.
Yes.
So other than that, we are broke.
That's the only reason we have 5 over.
Yeah, I guess so. Otherwise,
Okay.
That's actually quite hilarious, because if you kept the goblet, we could have done the job, and then we'd still have enough to go.
What? Hey, what? No.
If you hadn't have sold the goblet, we'd have the goblet to swap it out with. And we would also be dead broke, but we would still have enough gold to do the job. The only reason we have gold to spare and have to spread back out anyway is because when you add the totals up, we have 5 left over because you happen to have 5 more than you would have before you sold it.
Hey, Star, how much would a goblet cost to buy?
More than 5
We
gold,
still
probably.
haven't let them tell us how much the job pays.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I forgot about that. My bad.
Yeah, so, the job pays 27 gold pieces each. And as for selling a goblet, or like buying a goblet, just like from any store, maybe like 2 to 3 gold pieces. That's it.
Shit, that's cash money. Keep selling the vault and then go buy more.
Wait a minute.
Well, that's why
I've
she
got an
bought it from
exploit.
so much. She paid Visca more than it would usually be because they were friends, and she asked for it, so she paid him more.
Yeah,
What if
no, I
we
got
just
you.
happen to keep finding goblins?
It could be like Octavian when he kept finding the talking birds, you know?
Okay, look, Vault knows things.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm joking.
Also, you know that thing in The Witcher they did when they realized people were like farming this one cow?
Yeah, they sent a debt collector after them after they patched it.
No, a demon creature would spawn and absolutely wreck you.
Oh, I didn't know they did that.
And
See,
then if you
I heard of a
managed to
patch
kill
where
it, it would spawn again until you died.
Okay, so So here are the numbers.
All right.
We'd be dirt broke if we don't do this, and if we do it, we will be left with 194 gold plus the 40 that Alabran is assumedly holding on to.
I would like to add one thing.
Yes.
Okay.
I am pretty confident Volk is going to find us after this trip, so we have potentially the opportunity to get
that's
jobs
the plan. That's why we're
after.
going here, is because we're looking for jobs outside of Esamary.
Yeah.
So we're going to get a job when we go over here.
So why not do that and just?
So we're just
But
gonna
then
actually
you
spend
risk
the money.
having nothing between then and when you actually get to finish another job, you know? And again, the only reason I suggested we try to squeeze in a job was because there were people that were being a bit begrudging about us spending every penny.
That's
So
why
I
I
was
was
like,
also
we
here
have time to
try
potentially
and-
squeeze in another job to help balance it out a little.
Yeah.
If we're
at
all
this
cool with that,
point-
that's the much easier solution.
At this point, we're literally just trying to pander to people who don't want to be broke.
Which, to be fair, it's a fair sentiment to not want to be broke, you know?
Yeah, also the reason I knocked in my little thing, I knocked off people from the highest contributors. It's like if everyone else only has like a few pennies to chip in, everyone, the people that have been saving up the most have to pay like all of it. It's like, oh no. But again, however it gets split.
I'm not really saving up for anything. Like, Corvus just has money.
Alright. Well, in that case, let's go around the table. Let's hear. Do we want to do a job, or do we want to just go with the ship? Let's hear, from... Hell, let's start from the bottom of AC Legacy. So, Lemon, what do you want to do?
Okay, so... I'm in favor of just buying the ship and getting it over with, kind of ripping the band-aid off.
Okay, Teal.
That's what I was always here for.
Yeah. Teal, where do you stand?
Hello.
I'm saying. I'm saying we should do a job before we leave, because there are things that we're gonna have to do that may require money after we buy the ship and sail out. So I'm saying we do a job.
Okay. Skull, where does Jerviska stand?
Wait,
Wait, let me guess. Jerviska will go with whatever the majority of the party says.
But in this
technically,
matter,
yeah, but also I don't know, since since getting the ship with the gold we spend will also provide supplies for people that need it, we could technically make way to our destination and then pick up a job there, because at the very least we won't have to worry about like supplies for holding us over.
Okay. So
So is
your
that-
vote is to ignore a job for now and get going?
Yeah, I mean, but they won't be against it if you want to.
Okay, gotcha. Cole, where does Lysier stand?
He's up to give up the money, but he's also down to do anything else.
this doesn't help us.
So we have two that are willing to, but are leaning toward going now, is what
Unsure.
you're saying. Both of you. I'm trying to get something we can vote on and go with here.
Yeah,
But, yeah, like,
no. Neutrality isn't an option.
That's why I said they're under the assumption that we can afford to just go. But if you wanted to do a job, then I wouldn't
It's
like
also
to
going
fight
to fight
against
it,
it.
as you point. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm too. So I'll
Am
be
I
repeating.
correct to say that Lysier feels the same way? Gold?
Yes.
Okay. That gives us 3 that are in favor of it, and I'll say Garavar's in favor of going now and figuring out the money later. That puts us at 4.
Okay, so we might as well just go then because it's going to be a majority vote to go.
I mean, yeah. No, at that point it is. Because
Yeah.
if we have 4, yeah, no. So, okay, hand over your coins, everybody. We're gonna be dirt poor at the end of this. I'll put in my full 72. I don't want any money back. I don't really care.
Yeah, I only
Let's
have
see.
1 gold anyway, so my 1.
I mean, you could keep your 1 gold if you really
Okay, we're
wanted
assuming
to.
everyone's gonna put in what they said, and there's gonna be 5 left over. What are we doing with the 5?
Well, I'm cool
Split
with
it.
following Skull's logic and giving
Yeah,
a gold
split
back
it.
to each of the 5 that give the most.
So I'd have a gold.
It would leave everybody except for Garavar and Asha with a gold back.
So I will be
Obviously-
the one that's dirt broke. Yeah.
Well, I mean,
You
Alibrand's
and
not
me will
going
be
to
the ones
take
in
it,
dirt
so...
broke.
Yeah,
So
so it could go to
he's-
Asha then. Asha would
Yeah.
have 1 still. Then.
Okay, that's true. All right, the Garavar would be the only one without anything. Everybody else have at least 1.
I'm cool with that. But this
I
is
know.
precisely why we were trying to give you options, is because everyone's doing this whenever we try to spend money.
All right, so we have the funds arranged for,
Okay.
and we're gonna wait for the ship.
Okay, I've activated voice activity, so I can do this. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can hear you.
There we go.
Hell yeah.
Success! We have a deal. Deal or no deal? Deal! 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 Alrighty. Then once we get all the gold pieces arranged into some bag, Garavar's gonna walk over to the ship and be like, "It is 400 in full."
Can we assume that we took an hour arguing over how we're paying this?
I mean, yeah, I would
With
say
that
so.
much talking, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it definitely took about an hour.
Jesus fucking Christ, we're indecisive.
Why the cheese? I jumped.
So yeah, the man immediately takes it all and he puts it in safe places, and he hands over the needed licensing and everything for the boat, and he says that it's almost there, so about another 25 minutes and it will be on the water ready.
Oh yeah.
Y'all want to play cards?
You know
Yeah,
what?
put up your single gold.
Let's all take our 5 gold and let's see if we can get able to get 10 gold before we go.
Who wants to play Don't Get Skewered by the Javelin?
Okay, so we got like 30 minutes to do 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, about 25 minutes, 30 minutes to just fuck around and do whatever you'd like to do before the boat gets put on the water.
How long would it take me to walk to the glass elixir?
Oh no!
Oh no.
I want to go looking for the gold.
Who would like to come along with me?
Ba-da-da-da.
You are all right about.
Here.
Yep, you're all about here. So, and the glass elixir is here. So I'd say 15 minutes.
So you need to take exactly 0. I mean, the boat's ours, so we
Yeah,
don't.
the boat's
we have
yours.
no time
We have time.
constraint.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's go raid a store.
Garavar's going to see if that store is still being heavily guarded or if it's been left alone at this point. If it's been left alone, Garavar's going to try to get in.
And Corvus come with you.
Anybody can come with Garavar that wants to try to get some gold.
Corvus is coming along.
Alrighty.
So,
Corvus and Garavar adventures?
who is going to try to accompany us as we rob some poor shopkeeper that was persecuting tieflings?
Also, at this point, Visca has not gotten the leather armor yet, has it?
Oh my god.
No,
It
they have
was-
not.
Wait, was the leather armor not just handed over to them? I could have sworn that.
No, they had to order it.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh, that means you need to get your money back.
Yeah.
okay.
Come
then,
on.
let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's steal the armor. Let's steal the armor. I can steal the smithing tools, and we can just leave with what
Look,
we
look.
paid for.
If
Okay, what you
Visca
got?
doesn't get the it doesn't at least get the armor out of it, they're going to fucking get their money back.
Yeah, we're gonna rectify your debt first one way or another. And then whatever we have.
Oh, hello, little lady. Wait a minute, Captain. You know this
my God.
person.
Wait a minute. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the person you gave the money to. Wait
Oh
a
my
minute.
God.
The plot
Hey.
thickens.
Okay, new plan then. All right, so who is here? Who came with us? It's so far me,
Hello.
Corvus, and Traviska. Did anybody else come
If
along?
it seems like
Asha's here.
everyone went, so
Look, Vista
we're
just
in
wants
no
to make sure they get
position to let
they
it
either get their armor or their money back.
Well, it's not guarded from the looks of it, so that's nice.
Okay, so then, if y'all would permit me, we're going to lead with, we try to go in, I see that person, I recognize that person, be like, excuse us a moment, and we're gonna step back outside and deliberate.
Okay. Here's
Okay,
my
now-
thoughts. We try and negotiate it so that's like, or like ask them, maybe even ask them their relation to the storekeeper because now they're the one. So
We could try to figure out somewhere where they stand. Here's what I'm thinking, though. Let's focus on moving in and addressing the fact that Traviska ordered some armor and is not
and I
going to be
ordered
within the
tools.
city. You ordered tools as well?
Yeah, I ordered smithing tools.
Well, let's address the fact that we're not going to be within the city anymore, and that the shopkeeper doesn't exactly seem to be in a position to finish our deals, and that you'd like your gold back. And let's go from there.
Okay.
Corvus is gonna step in and just kind of sit to the side while the people who are better at talking do the talking.
I guess I'm gonna browse, even though I don't have anything.
Okay.
Anybody against that plan?
No, but
I'm gonna just
It's
look and listen.
Okay.
Vista's standing by the door because yes, they are there. They are part of the people. They're one of the ones being having placed an order.
Alrighty, so yeah, as you all come in, the little missus that was selling food out front a few days ago when you came here originally is now behind the desk. Yeah, the counter. This is not here anymore, just so everybody
Thank-
knows.
Oh yeah.
Thank
It
God.
is empty. And everything in this room is clear, so just so everyone knows, imaginary wise.
Not here.
So yeah, as soon as you all come in, she immediately smiles and noticing you, Garavar, she goes, "Oh, hello again."
Interesting seeing you here. It took me a moment to recognize you a moment ago. You're the one that was selling food outside of the shop the other day, were you not?
Yes, I was.
So may I ask, how is it that you're now behind the desk here?
Um,
Don't
Dot,
ask,
dot,
don't
dot.
tell.
I had an NDA.
I have
I'm
a
not permitted
license
to
here.
speak.
See, it has. I own the shop.
There was a prenup. Anyway, Admiral.
The Admiral is muted. Oh.
Oh God.
They're really thinking about this one.
sorry, my mother decided to come in and distract me.
Oh, okay.
Your mother
We
is
worried
now the
about you.
DM.
No. Yeah, apparently notes on the door don't matter.
Yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, I'm sorry, can you repeat the things you asked? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Garavar was just saying that they remembered they were outside selling food the other day by their stall, and now they're in here running the shop, and they were just curious how that came to be.
So yeah, she looks a little disappointed at first, but then is like the man who worked here was my grandfather.
Oh,
Oh,
we accidentally got this person's
shush!
grandfather.
Oh.
Nobody knows anything about that. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope for your sake that the rumors we've heard are outlandish.
Well, yeah, they are.
In any case, you can help us then. We've had some unexpected developments, and we're preparing to leave the city for an extended amount of time, and we don't believe we'll be here for my two friends here to make good on deliveries and orders that they made. through your grandfather, my friend here for some newer armor, and this one here for some smithing tools. We need either the goods or the gold back. Otherwise, we may or may not be back to collect either.
Sure, of course. Give me one moment. And she runs to the door here, rummages through it before coming out with two items, one being the armor and the other being the smithing tools, and she hands them over.
Visca is there.
The instant he sees his shit.
Yes.
There you go.
Alrighty. Yoink.
Visca
Well.
is not appreciated.
Thank you
Of
very
course,
much.
of
I
course.
appreciate it.
That solves numerous problems. Thank you.
I'm glad I could be of assistance. Is there anything else I can help you with?
I don't believe so. Unless any of these other folks here have business they mean to attend to, I believe we should be departing. Thank you for your help. I never caught your name, though.
Her name is, let me just open up this.
Sassy White Ash.
Sassy White Ash.
That's a white
It
ass.
sounds like you said you call someone sassy white ass.
Ash.
It's questionable.
Well, Miss White Ash, it was a pleasure. I bid you do.
And she nods and gives a little wave. Goodbye to everybody.
Alrighty, off we go then.
I have one more plan. I'll be back in just a moment. And Garovar is going to slip around the back of the building.
Hey.
Okay.
Well, there goes Gary.
No, I logged that game. Get in there.
On the back side. There's a window here that Gary remembered from breaking in before. Can I see through this window?
Yep, it's just a blue tinted window, so you can see through it. It's just got a little bit of a blue tint.
So you
Okay.
can see that chest.
It may not be filled with gold like this, but there should be a chest in there that Garovar can see, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let me review this real quick.
Oh no.
Wait, also, does this mean that Visca can
Um,
sell their other normal leather armor, or due to the size differences, is it not really?
The spell Misty Step states, briefly surrounded by silvery mist, you teleport up to 30 feet to an unoccupied space that you can see. I can see through this window, can I not?
Yes.
So I can use the spell and teleport through there, can I not?
Yes. But I will mention the fact that you can only use Misty Step once.
I
So
can
how
use
would
it-
you get out of the room?
I can use it once via my ability. I can still use it as a spell as well.
Ah, okay. I
Yeah,
didn't realize
it is
you were
added to my
using
spell list, and on top of a single use of each one independent of my spell slots, I can use spell slots to cast them as well.
So you get one for free, then you have to spend it, and it's cast it normally afterwards.
Yeah, I get one use of Misty Step and one use of Charm Person for free, and then on top of that, I can use spell slots to cast them.
Yeah. That'll work.
Alrighty, if that's the case, Garovar is going to use this very carefully. First of all, before he goes and teleports, he's going to go ahead and... Let's see what this does. Yeah, he's going to go ahead and cast Invisibility on himself.
Okay.
The poof, Invisible. And now, using my one free use of Misty Step per day, or per long rest, Garovar's going to go ahead and use Misty Step.
Okay.
Let me mark that off over here. Do. Boom. Use of Misty Step used up. And I am now invisible and in here. What can I do? Can I interact with this chest here?
As long as invisibility doesn't make it so that you can't interact with items, then yeah, you can.
Let's take a look at what exactly invisibility does.
Also, in the meantime, can Visca like turn in their old leather armor for anything?
I
or is it-
do believe so. Yeah, you could technically. I don't think it changes anything because you're switching out your armor.
Yeah, I just imagine it due to the fact that they are an atypical size.
Nope, I should be good, Admiral.
Yeah, then you should be able to go through that. But yeah, you should be able to still sell it. I mean, it's
Okay, then how much? How much? Like what percentage? It costs 10 gold pieces normally. What can I get back for it?
being that you're selling it back and it's been used, I'll say you can get maybe 6 gold pieces, 7 gold pieces back.
I'll take it.
Garovar,
water
there is
About 6.5.
All right. Yep. 6.5. that's
Six,
fine.
6 and 5 silver, whatever.
Yep. 52 gold pieces in there.
Fantastic. I'm gonna take them all.
Alrighty.
Okay.
Alrighty. Actually, I could be a bitch. I could leave one.
No,
You
leave a
could, yeah.
single copper piece.
Or a
It's
silver
all
if you
gold
don't have a copper.
pieces.
Oh.
Yeah,
it's all gold.
I'm going to leave one gold piece in the middle of that chest.
Okay.
All right, so I'm taking 51, and I'm going to go ahead and use Misty Step and use one of my spell slots. My last spell slot, actually, until I take a long rest again to restore those, and I'm going to teleport back out.
Okay.
This poor
Bruh.
woman's gonna go back there to get the gold for
Shut
Show
up,
me
at least
armor.
you're not broke anymore.
and
Maybe they'll pull
find
out more
everything
gold from somewhere
gone.
else, though. Anyway, well,
What
that's
about
all
the other
Garvor's in there. He's just
chest
he's still
here?
visible, so Garvor's just coming back around the front to see if his friends are still there. Do.
Okay. Yeah. So, I'm sorry. Travisca, are you gonna sell it then?
Yes.
Okay. Then, yeah, she goes over to this chest here, opens it up, and grabs out the 6.5 gold coins and
There's
hands them
more
over to you.
money.
This guy gets
There
a nod
we
of
go.
appreciation, gets a trade out, and then is heading out. This guy
Okay,
now
bye.
has the-
We totally
one more
didn't do anything. Bye.
This guy now has one more AC than they did before, and it's not completely broke.
Yay!
Yay.
Alrighty. Ready to
I
leave
got
whenever.
one more idea.
Oh,
What are you
God.
doing?
No! What is your
Um,
what is your next great scheme?
Garvor's gonna have to get somebody to open this door because he can't open it when he's invisible.
Corvus will politely open the door.
I
and,
mean, at
step
that
inside
point,
again.
Visca's walking out, probably.
Yeah.
This is like some now you see me.
I'm gonna slip on in then. I got an idea. Okay.
Oh, fucking hell.
Okay. Here's my plan.
If you get
Um,
incarcerated, we're not helping you out.
Okay. Oh wait, fuck. My bad. Sorry.
Teleport.
Where
I
do you?
actually hit Alt to throw everything off.
Okay, so if you're if you're required someone to open the door and let you in,
Well, I thought you said Visca was coming out right about that time.
yes, but Visca, is it going to be obvious that Garivor is going in the first place?
No, not
Because
at
if
all.
Visca can't see them,
Yeah.
I
You gotta
then-
keep that in
know.
mind.
no one's going to know to
Alright,
keep the door open
alright.
for you.
All right, I'll be realistic about it. Mess with my
Probably like
invisibility
whisper in
powers.
someone's ear and they'll go back in to browse.
I'm gonna
You know-
sneak up behind Kimya.
Oh
'Cause Kimya
God.
always does this to me. And go, hey.
Mm.
God.
I don't like that.
Reflexively
very
turns and
realistic.
punches
Good.
this big Garivor in the face.
Real estate.
Anyway, but in all seriousness, Garvar is gonna get everybody's attention though and say, all right, I know you can't see me, but I'm here. I need someone to open this door and go inside so I can get inside this building.
I guess Kimya's gonna just kind of shrug and they're gonna go in and I guess they're gonna try and browse and I'm assuming just wait for Garivar to tell them in some way when they're finished
Yeah, to go back out.
Oh,
browsing.
God.
Boop.
Interesting
Alrighty.
mask.
I have a plan.
I hate this.
This is gonna go great. I wish to use my cantrip Minor Illusion.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Can you spell cast or technically use that stuff at the same time of being invisible?
Oh fuck, good point. Let me check.
My-
What's it depends how big you get about calling it spells. Because technically it's not a leveled spell, it's a cantrip, but you know,
Yeah, but still,
it's
okay,
magic.
it's-
Let me
yeah.
see. What does invisibility say? Cast spell, damn it. Okay, no, I can.
Okay.
Okay, well I don't have to do that. I was just going to try to.
I mean, we could lure her out to the stand.
Nah, that's too complicated.
How about a warforged is really hankering for some lobster and
Garivar is going to try to very quietly step up onto this counter to get over.
Oh,
Oh,
Okay,
God.
so roll stealth.
Captain, we're not
Oh,
helping you.
God.
Is there
Fail.
any way I can tell what he's doing?
No, because
No,
I'm
'cause
fucking
he's invisible.
invisible.
Yep.
I'm just saying it. I'm not helping you out of prison.
Weren't you just
Okay.
here to inquire about someone else who you're holding prisoner? No.
And it didn't work out so well.
Oh, God.
Okay, so I'm quite loud about it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hear the sound, and then I'm going to
Brain.
I'm just gonna like start coughing as if I got something in my throat, and maybe just
Oh
kind
my
of
god.
and just kind of like
Are you trying to
Oh,
assist
God.
me with stealth based on the fact that I made noise?
Oh god.
Let's fucking go.
shush. I'm gonna start like coughing and then like maybe jostle something on the shelf as if I was looking at something and maybe slip from my fingers.
Oh god. So
This
for
is a nice
clarification,
improv.
this noise is right next to her on the desk.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, the bird hears it and starts making noise as well. That's suspicious as
Yeah,
fuck.
that's even more suspicious, and especially because she rolled a 17.
Oh damn. Well, I'm far away. She can't pin me on this at all. I could have just had a cough.
Look, Visca's
So-
not related with this one.
Yeah, spitting up an owl pellet.
Hey, you can
so-
sell this too.
Let's
Visca's
see.
gone. Visca's not having part of this.
So, Garo, are you gonna continue trying to climb over, or
I mean,
the moment
what
you
does
made
the
the sound, are you
shopkeeper
gonna back
do?
away?
What does the shopkeeper immediately do whenever they
Well, she
notice a
can.
noise?
Okay, so she can hear noise of you
Yes.
climbing onto it. She can see stuff moving, obviously, because there's a. That's. I mean,
Bruh.
10. It's not that great.
Yeah, but saving for the noise, there shouldn't be anything to indicate where exactly I'm at.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, no, except for
So
the
she's
noise
on
from
alert,
away.
but she hasn't specifically noticed me yet.
Yes, she's
Ah.
on alert. She can tell that there's something in front of her now that is blocking
Doing
her
something.
area. Yeah. So,
Gonna try to sneakily get back down. This has failed.
okay, yeah. So try to sneak back down.
Oh no.
Another one.
That's a 20.
All right, yeah, you get back down just fine.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and make my way and tap Kimmy's shoulder to get out.
All
Just
right.
sees a giant
And then
handprint on the back of the owl.
and then I guess I make my way out.
Are you two quite done already?
Yeah, that didn't work.
Oh fuck. What's happening?
Oh god, where'd you go?
I was like, wait a minute. Wait
The owl's having a stroke. Look
Sam,
up.
what are you doing?
No,
Quick, it's a perfect distraction.
everything's
Get back in there.
working
7-foot
wrong.
owl just flying into the room.
I just imagine it just makes like a ton of like Gmod like collision noise. Just okay. So
We're going back to the ship.
Yeah, I believe so.
I guess we're going.
All right.
what
On
do
the
you
way
do with
back,
drunken
Gervar,
sailor? What do you do with a drunken sailor? Do you do
Gervar
with a
will
drunken
stop everybody
sailor?
at some point to stop and split that gold. So 50 gold pieces to split among how many people? How many people came with us?
7. Well, 6 came with. No, wait. 5. Because Alibrand didn't come and neither did Lucier.
He was there,
Wait, no,
but
Lucier was here. Oh.
he wasn't
anyway.
actually.
So,
Yeah, no.
so we had Draviska.
So everybody
me-
in the party.
Yeah. So everyone, yeah. So 7. So 51 divided by 7 is 7.28571429.
All right, everybody gets 7 more gold, and Gervar's
Wait,
getting
Evan, where'd you get 7 from?
7 times
Because
7 is
I divi-
49.
No, I'm saying where'd you get 7 people from? It's only 6.
We're not-
Alibrand's there, but he's not going to take anything. That's
Okay,
that's your
oh,
I'm
guys'
not gonna take
okay.
it.
So
Oh.
let me
No.
do that then. So 51 divided by 6 is 8.5. So we each get 8 gold and 5 silver.
Or Gervar keeps a little bit for doing the fucking work to get that gold.
Eight
I did
gold?
go invisible and
Jeez.
teleport twice for that shit.
So
sure won't
fine,
take
you get
any.
5 silver. Okay, so that okay. Let's do this again then. 51 divided by 5 is 10.2 each. So what's Garavar looking for as a bonus?
Let's see. So wait, so who's not taking gold then? Draviska?
But it's Alibrand or then yeah, Alibrand.
no.
Lysier
Al-
and Alibran.
Lisa now. Okay, I didn't hear who the other person was that wasn't taking gold. Well, if it's 5 people, 51 gold, that's 10 apiece, and then Gervar keeps 11.
Didn't you leave one? Didn't you leave one gold though? Or,
I-
if it,
there
yeah,
were-
Yeah, it's
never mind.
52.
Never mind.
Yeah. All right.
I technically have 11 anyways, so.
So how much gold are we getting for this?
10 each.
Everybody except Alicia and Alabran gets 10 more gold.
Cool, I'm just as broke as when I started this campaign. And then had just money thrown at me.
Hey, at least I did something.
I appreciate it. Okay, to the ship.
Alright.
Ba-da-da-da-da.
Alrighty, yeah. So you all head back to the shipyard, and from there, the same gentleman that you bought the ship from, he takes it, or takes, makes sure everybody is situated. He hands you all over a bunch of, you know, portions of food, that kind of stuff, some water in case you needed it, that kind of stuff. And motions you over to a dock, which has a pretty large ship actually for the price you all played. It was pretty big ship. Then again, he did say it could have at least 8 people on board.
10, you said.
Or sorry, 10. Yes, sorry, 10.
You ain't chipping us this time.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Oh,
The
damn.
DM can say Roxler one dies. Let's not get too sassy there.
Yeah. So yeah, so he motions you over to the ship, and if you give me just 1 second, trying to push this down so that it fits. There we go. Let me make this. I do want to say that it is like
Yeah, we're about to
10:15.
cut this off.
Yep, it's about to cut off in any minute. I'm just trying to move you guys all over to this, but I'm trying to make sure this looks
I
nice.
can now properly represent Kimia bust down the door. I'm a bird!
Yes.
We could try to beat the shit out of this dude and then just take our gold back and leave.
Or if someone thinks they are good
Definitely.
enough sleight of hand, just steal the pouch out of his pocket.
I mean,
As a hefty pouch to
I'm
swipe
pre-
out of somebody's back pocket. Could try it though.
I do have decent sleight of hand.
It would be fun.
I have decent
What's
strength.
your sleight of hand by chance?
4.
Damn, it's better than me. I'm on +3. Shit.
I have +6, so.
Alright. So we are to our ship.
Okay, it's too late.
So this is your main floor. This is your second floor, and then this is the third floor.
It's got
Going from
decks
top to
to it.
bottom, right?
Damn, we got
Damn.
good value out of this.
That is a deep fucking ship. For 400 gold.
We didn't get a single cannon.
No, because it's
So-
not a pirate ship.
Well,
Yeah.
Captain.
Not every ship that has a cannon is a pirate ship.
It's not
this
a
one-
navy ship either.
Yeah,
Not
this
every
was a
ship that has
this
a
was
cannon
a
is a
stripped
Navy
down
ship.
model. They sacrificed on defense in favor of size.
Hey, Captain.
What you got?
You have the uwu.
Oh my god, Teal, I'm going to kick your fucking ass.
You try.
Ooh,
Thank you.
I hate you.
I love you too.
Why am I
Yes,
being sprayed?
Because you allow that shit to happen. Thank you, Skull. A real G. A real G.
Anyway, we're getting on board.
Yes, we are.
I appreciate the skeleton highlighting just to go.
Oop.
"Eh."
I'm just putting that there for whenever.
Okay, I'm gonna. So who should captain?
I wanna
the
roll
ship?
something.
Orvis or
Well, clearly.
Whoever
You
is
should
good.
it.
Which-
Either you or Alabran, because you two
Actually,
have
you
the
know,
most sailing experience.
I was thinking between me or Al. You know what? I'll do it just because I absolutely fucking failed with those horses and that
Gotta
made me
show
quite-
off those sea vehicle skills.
Yeah, I gotta show off my usefulness.
Yeah. I'm about to say, it is a bit of a thing, like, when you come across what your character's made to do, you kind of have to, because, like,
Yeah.
I made my character and then realized on the line I was the only one going for charisma, so I had to be the face, so I kind of had to give into that.
Yeah, I
Also,
kind of.
Alabran is a DM played character. I'm not going to take that opportunity
Yeah.
away from a player character.
Okay, so
Sure you can. Just
Well,
you know,
unless
step on everybody's
like,
fucking toes.
You're
unless
the
Corvus
DM.
needs to sleep, then yes, Alabran would take over. Since he's an elf, he only needs 4 hours
Yeah.
of sleep.
Alibrand can be the first mate. Alrighty, so we're here.
This is where we're
Yeah.
ending.
I vote we kill it here, and we
Yeah.
figure out how to sail next time.
Yep.
And
All
I'll
right.
see you guys in the next video.
Bye!
All right, all right, session. Looks like it's time for you to fucking go.
That makes you tonight's biggest loser.
I waited
wow.
almost 4 hours to get up to 1K, so worth it.
I hate you so much, Teal. I have the
I
burning
feel
rage of
that
the
with
house's
such
sons toward you.
affection that, you know, you can hate me all you want.
I hate you.
Just wait till next Saturday. I will patiently wait another 4 hours.
I hope you stub your toe on every fucking table in your house.
Every table, every doorway.
Every bed frame, every fucking thing.
And every
Rough.
pump will be like, all right, 4 hours,
The
1K.
tables will
And
literally
now that the
attack you.
sarcasm's done, had a bunch of fun. Love having you.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what, Teal? Hang on, actually, hang on. Oh god, why is there
Hey,
so many?
new favorite. Look at that. I am marveled. Thank you. I'm happy to be here. It's been fun.
Hang on 2 seconds, Teal, if I can just...
Uh-oh, what's happening?
Nothing.
I might actually this. What are you doing?
The owl is gonna abduct you. Don't worry.
I'm being
Do what
stolen.
they say and you won't get hurt.
It's okay. I don't like this lap anyway. It's getting a little.
You should see some. You should check your thingy.
Oh, my. What am I looking at?
The beans.
Should I do it now?
I think there's a
Do it now.
cooldown.
He's still here.
Oh no. It's not saying I don't have. Okay.
It's
You know,
because
I'll
there's
wait.
a cooldown, but at the beginning of next time, you can get 2. One at the start, one at the end.
Oh,
Oh no.
man.
Did
Two. Oh,
you
you're
just refund Teal's
cheating.
points?
No.
Uh-huh.
I will take it. I will take it. Thank you.
Voice strike. Oh, Skull did it!
What? No! You son of a... Oh!
Alright, do it, Teal. Do it.
What?
Do it, Teal.
Ooh.
Ah! I'm gonna strike.
Moth, get
Player
out of my way.
character.
I'm gonna get 2 next time, so I will... That's fine.
Moth, can you please get out of my room?
Wait, what?
There's a moth in my room.
Oh.
Well, I thought you said mom. I was like,
You said
what?
it with such a serious attitude. It sounded like you were being like genuine.
I was so
Moth, get the fuck out of my room.
Like, well, can you please?
I'm
get out
now
of
in
my
West
room?
Virginia.
Alright, I am very tired.
Yes.
So I have to
I'm
go to
also
bed.
gonna go.
I will see
Alrighty.
everyone
Have a good one.
later.
Yep. Good
Bye.
night.
Oh wait, is there anyone I want to raid? Hang on. Raiding. Is Toasty on? They are not. Frick. Okay, I guess I'm not raiding.
All right. Good
Thanks,
night.
Bye, everybody.